We'll give people a few more minutes to join. Not at 8. Can everyone hear me?
Good morning, Shuba.
Again.
Can you co-sign or anything out? Do I?
Good morning, everyone. It's 8 o'clock, so I think we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you, everyone, for joining us for the labor distribution webinar this morning. Just want to make everyone aware that this is being recorded and it will be posted for review later. With that, I think we'll turn it over to Sierra to get started.
Hi, thank you, Lynn. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the HCM Modernization Webinar Training Series. My name is Sierra Wells, and I'll be one of your producers today, along with Lynn. As you all are aware, the state of Indiana has implemented an updated version of PeopleSoft 9.2. And with this implementation, there have been a few updated business processes and adjustments to your daily tasks. So I want to make sure you all are aware and informed of these updates and are confident moving forward. So before we go ahead and get started with the content of today's webinar, we're going to do some quick housekeeping rules. So the duration of this training will be about 4 hours today. There will be 2 5-minute breaks throughout the training. Throughout these breaks, you are welcome to stretch, check your emails, grab a quick snack, whatever you need to do to feel refreshed. Please make sure throughout the duration of today's presentation, your mics are on mute unless we are on the questions portion after each section of today's webinar. During the question time frame, you are more than welcome to utilize the hand raising Teams feature to signify you would like to ask a question. And once you are called on either by myself, Lynn, or the facilitators for today, you're welcome to hop off the mute to ask your question. But besides that, if you are not speaking, please make sure your microphone remains on mute. And as well as throughout the presentation, you are encouraged to take detailed and meaningful notes, as well as jot down any questions you may have for you to type in the chat or to bring up during the questions time frame. And lastly, please participate. This is meant to be interactive. If you think of a question, I'm sure someone else may be thinking the same exact thing. So please interact during the question time frame. And just a quick continuation of ground rules for today related to questions. We just want to emphasize that there are designated time frames within this webinar for questions. So let's try to be diligent in writing down our questions and holding them till those time frames do appear. And our facilitators for today will announce when the floor is open for questions. And during these time frames, you can either type out your questions in the team chat or raise your hands using the Teams hand raising feature as well. And just really quick, you do have the option to utilize the live captioning feature on Teams. In order to access this feature, first select the More icon at the top of your Teams screen. You should see the three horizontal dots. Once you select that, you should see a pop-up appear, and then you just select Turn on Live Captions. And after you select that, you should see live captions start to display at the bottom of your screen. If at any time you would like to turn off live captionings, just walk through the same exact process and then select Turn Off Live Captions. And now just for some quick introductions from the training team for today. We have some training facilitators, subject matter experts, and as well as our producers on for today. So Shubha, do you want to introduce yourself really quick before we begin?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Sierra and Lynn. Good morning, everybody. My name is Shubha Narayanan. I work for a consulting company called Accenture. We've been going through the state of Indiana's business processes, and we're implementing the integrated HCM to fin system. I've been working with PeopleSoft, Payroll, time and labor, and integration with financials for the last 25 some years, many implementations under my belt. Co-hosting with me, co-facilitating with me is Steve Daniels, and also my colleague, Kofi Boateng. Steve and Kofi, would you like to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, thanks, Shubha. Good morning, everybody. I'm Steve Daniels. I'm the Director of Financial Management for a state budget agency. I'm a former deputy auditor. I'm actually standing in for Courtney Everett, who's the deputy auditor who is ill today. So, I'm going to do my best. I've worked with her quite a bit on this project, but I want to just point out she's done 90% of this work or more. So she's done great. But anyway, she's got some good slides that I'm going to present later on. So I'll turn it over to Kofi. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kofi Boateng. I'm part of the PeopleSoft implementation team on the Accenture side, supporting mainly payroll and some time and labor. I will be helping with the demos today. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our training facilitators. I know we're excited for today. Next, on to some of our subject matter experts. Teresa, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself really quickly if you're online?
Sure. Good morning, everybody. My name is Teresa Anderson. I've been with the state for 32 years. I've been working in PeopleSoft for about 22 years. I've been working with GL and commitment control for, I don't know, less than 22 years, but a while. Seems like a while. Functional analyst for general ledger commitment control, and evidently now HCM stuff in the GMIS with the GMIS team. So good morning, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you. Retha, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Not sure. She's online. Brandy, if you're online, do you want to hop off and mute and introduce yourself?
I'm sorry, I'm muted.
No worries.
Sorry. Hi, good morning. My name is Frita Stallings. I've been with GMIS for with the state for right at 30 years, been with GMIS 18 plus years. Been working in project costing, federal draw billing, now working on the HCM project. So that's everything for me. Go ahead, Brandy.
Hi, Brandy Hooten, with GMIS, mostly the HCM and payroll side, and just here to help support that effort in the integration of finance.
Thank you, Rita and Brandy. Missy.
Hi, I'm Missy Wolf. I've been with GMIS for probably 12 or 13 years, maybe longer. My role is used to be time and labor, HR, just here to help support.
Awesome. Thank you, Missy. Lynn, do you want to hop off and mute really quick and introduce yourself again?
Sure. Hi, my name's Lynn Lewis. I'm with GMIS. I'm been with the state about 34 years, GMIS about 15 years, been in PeopleSoft 22 years. So most of my experience has been on the finance side, but I am now a business analyst for GMIS. So kind of working on all of their teams now. So.
Awesome. Thank you, Lynn. And then again, it's Sierra Wells with consulting firm Accenture. I helped create a lot of the training materials you all will probably see moving forward with Go Live. So thank you all. And now I'll be handing the mic over to our training facilitators for today, Shuba.
Thank you so much, everybody, and welcome to this webinar. The topic is basically HCMPay330 labor distribution. Now, the audience, and I've seen many of you over the course of the last few months, you've been participating in the discovery sessions. You've been interfacing with us when we configure the system. And many of you have been part of the UAT and also the HCM to Fin system and integration testing. So welcome. We're going to situate you, orientate you on what the state has been doing with the modernization of HCM and payroll system. Could you go back to the previous slide, Sierra, if you don't mind? The course has been designed for people like you in the agency's finance departments, fiscal officers, and managers. But together with you all, we also have the GMI's Fin support, and you met representatives like Teresa and Rita, who will be part of the whole process when there's a ticket needing to be opened by you all and investigated by GMIS. Also supporting this process are the GMI's HR representatives such as Missy and Brandy, and they will be supporting your investigations when something goes wrong with time and labor, where they need the insight and the input from the agency fiscal officers. Also part of this whole jigsaw puzzle are the AOS payroll manager admins, people like familiar faces, people like Brent Plunkett, Paula Hart, Shannon Bay. They're all part of the AOS structure, and they will be running many of the processes in case the batch schedule, the automation which is triggering these processes fails. They'll be the input, the brains behind many of the processes that will integrate payroll expenses to finance. And next slide, please. And that's what we're here to talk about, right? As part of the state of Indiana's modernization of the payroll system, the state of Indiana is implementing a PeopleSoft module called Payroll for North America. Payroll for North America is a brand new module for you. It replaces the old GAC system. It will integrate with the PeopleSoft time and labor system, which has been upgraded from version 9.1 to 9.2. It will also be integrating with the upgraded HR system, HR module, the absence management module, which replaces some of the leaves that employees were used to putting into the time and labor timesheet, but will now go into absence management to enter their leaves. And Payroll for North America will also be integrating with benefits, which has also been upgraded. So we're now talking about a very tightly knit cluster of PeopleSoft modules, which will be also integrated with the financial system. You have been working with PeopleSoft Financials for 9.2 for a while. We are now going to be tightly interfacing payroll to financials in the way that the past system, the GIAC, was not integrated with PeopleSoft Financials. We're also going to be talking about how your life changes. Hopefully, it is not a huge cultural shock, but it will be a learning curve for you all to get used to the pieces that of technology that will make a difference to your day-to-day tasks. And then specifically, the last bullet where I was going is, how does your work change during a typical payroll period, right? Next slide, please. And the the specific topic areas we'll be covering today are exactly what I said before, overview of the financial integration. I hope to not take too much time on that. What changes with employees who enter time? When we talk about the integration, the very first point of contact that the employee has with some of the setups that you as fiscal officers will be doing in future will be on the timesheet, and I'll explain what the connection is. Then auditing and approving of reported time, processing time, how time and labor loads to payroll, interfaces with payroll for North America, and processing of payroll and to the point where it'll be interfacing with financials. As I said, a lot of these milestones and processes have been automated, but there'll be human interaction when things go sideways maybe, and AOS has to step in and troubleshoot some of those. And then finally, Steve will be taking us through what specifically changes with your jobs after payroll has integrated interfaced payroll expenses and liabilities with financials. Next slide, please. So when we drill down to a more technical level, what are we going to be practically learning today? How does this overall architecture work? It's a lot of technology, a lot of jargon. You don't have to be faced by it, because all we're doing is telling you that this is what we are putting in place in the background. Specifically, what will you be doing? What will you be? You'll be creating chart fields. You're familiar with the concept of chart fields. You've been doing this forever and a day. You'll be creating projects. You'll be creating departments. You'll be creating programs, funds in the system, in the PeopleSoft financial system. It's not new to you. You've been doing this for a while. But what is new to you is when you string them together and create what is called a speed types. Is anyone familiar with the concept of a speed type? Which is basically a combination of chart fields. There you go. Thank you very much. So you will be creating speed types. You may be updating speed types. You will be creating a PeopleSoft time and labor entity called a task profile. Now, and you'll be attaching it to a PeopleSoft data element called task group, We will teach you, we'll be demonstrating how we will be doing that through the course of today. And you'll be creating in HCM, which is a little different for you. You don't do many tasks on in the HCM, PeopleSoft HCM module, especially in time and labor and commitment accounting. But going forward, that is part of the new flavor that we'll be adding to the portfolio of tasks you undertake on a typical payroll period. You'll be taking a person's position and you'll be adding it to the department budget component, and we'll explain to you what the department budget component does in future. Is all that making sense to you? If it is, give me a thumbs up. If you have a question, write it down. We'll hold it over until such time as we can address them one by one. It's a little distracting to follow them in the tasks. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your feedback. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is this busy framework? Is this in presentation mode for some reason? Okay. So what are we telling you in this busy diagram, right? How are we integrating the two systems? PeopleSoft Financials has been around for a long time. PeopleSoft HCM has been around for a long time. We are implementing new modules called Absence Management and Payroll for North America. So how does this whole engineering change? What happens is PeopleSoft Financials is where you guys will be working to create the chart fields that I told you about a little while ago. You'll be creating new projects, project chart fields as and when the fund is approved, the project is approved by the federal or the state authorities. You'll be creating programs as it depends upon what your agencies have approved or what AOS finance has approved. You'll be creating funds, you'll be creating programs, you'll be creating departments. And that's one thing that changes for you. Departments as a chart field will no longer be created by on the HR side, on the HCM side by the combination of GMIS and SPD. It'll be created by you in the financial system and integrated over to to HCM. So behind all of this is this huge machinery called the integration broker. You're used to the integration broker. You're already creating some of your agencies like DNR, DWD, INDOT. You're already creating projects, DOE, ISP. You're working with projects quite heavily. You're working with resource types. You're working with resource categories and subcategories, right? And those are getting synced over to PeopleSoft Time and Labor using integration broker. What we are doing now is to integrate a lot more of these chart fields from finance to HCM. Every one of the chart fields that are part of the COA is going to be that the state of Indiana uses will be integrated with the human capital management system. And in the process of doing that, we are activating a whole bunch of application messages or service operations that are going to be constantly sending these chart fields from the financial system to HCM. Is that making sense? So you're quite used to be sending the project and activities, PC business unit, resource types and resource categories over to HCM from financials. Now you're going to be sending fund, you're going to be creating departments, you're going to be sending over programs, you're going to be sending chart field 1, chart field 3, you're going to be sending all of those chart fields as and when they're created in the financial system, they're going to be synced in real time to the human capital management system. A continuous flow of setup data from financials to HCM, right? And that is what we're seeing in this first couple of boxes in this chart field on the HCM side. HCM is subscribing to the information that you're publishing from financials. Make sense? Now, the other part somebody's asking for a copy of page 11. Yes, we'll put this in a place where you can all read it. I wonder if Sierra, you can make this a little bigger. Is it in presentation mode? I think people are saying it's a little hard to read.
Yes, it is. I'm not sure if they can zoom in.
But that's okay. We'll put it out. We'll put out a link on the chat for you all to pick it up and download it and print it out. The other, no problem at all. Thank you, Mary. The other things that we're going to be doing is once it hits HR, right? There are subsidiary processes that we will be running in the human capital management system, which takes your chart fields and saves it to our the chart field tables in HCM. The newer things that the newer tasks, let me be precise. The task that you will be doing is to be creating what we call a speed type. Some of you said that you're familiar with the concept of a speed type. Some of you are not. But a speed type is basically a combination, a string, which is a combination of chart fields, which we are going to be assigning to a speed type key, which makes sense to your the employees, in your agencies. So the speed type key will be set up by you, and again, it will be using the speed type sync mechanism to be syncing over the speed types to HCM. In HCM, one custom process will run to be populating the speed type key and the combination of chart fields it represents into HCM tables we call the valid combo table. I'll explain that in a little bit more detail further during the chat. So once it comes and sits in the valid combo table and some other subsidiary tables like the account code table, the employee should be able to get hold of that, to be able to select those speed types when they go to the timesheet. So if you look at the middle range of boxes, there are other HR, HCM related data that you will be involved with, which is basically setting up the employee's position in the department budget table so that they constitute the position level defaults. You will also be setting them up they will also be set up in the speed type table so that the employees can select it on the timesheet. Now, if you go to the middle section where you've got the time clock devices, at a later stage, there will be time clock devices. And at the current state, you've got Agile from Indot, you've got Cody from DNR, all flowing into what we call the time and labor reported timetables. But the reported timetables will also be updated by hundreds and hundreds of employees signing into PeopleSoft and entering their time on a daily basis on the timesheet. When they do that, they will be able to select the speed types, quote unquote, that you guys have set up on the financial system and synced over to the HCM system. There will be employees. Think about in your own agencies, think about people who don't necessarily need to pick up speed types on a daily basis, right? They don't need to charge their half a day here, half a day there to different speed types. They would be, just charging to overheads, charging to the, home cost center, charging to the home BUs. Those kinds of employees. I'm thinking about, accounting people, admin people, HR people who are not in the field, and those people will be charging their time to something we call a task profile. Many of you have been familiar, have been setting up task profiles during UAT, but there are some of you who have not. But you will be setting those up because you are going to be accountable for pretty much everything that a human being who works for the state of Indiana reports time to. What we are then doing is the information you are directing your employees to charge their time to. That accounting information flows over to payroll, and you see where you've got the boxes in the center which says core payroll processing, right? On cycle, and core payroll processing off cycle. That is the cluster of tasks that will be owned by AOS Payroll. They will run processes. There will be batch processes that load the time to pay sheets. And then AOS Payroll will be monitoring those. They'll be watching for those processes to run to success. They will be watching the flow of time and labor together with your speed types, together with your chart field information, flowing to payroll, being calculated in payroll, checks being created, and checks being discussed when errors when it comes to time and labor data flowing to payroll runs into an error of some kind. They will be discussing that with the agency payroll and the line managers within your own agencies. Once payroll processes and payroll confirms, which is about the third last box from the right hand side, payroll expenses and payroll expenses, which are basically your employees' earnings, your salaries, and your fringes, employer paid deductions and employer paid taxes, will be distributed to the same string of chart fields that you get from the time and labor system. So you see how everything that you do in financials is going all the way through this machinery and will be integrated back to the HR accounting line. Most of you are familiar with the HR accounting line. You get your PICOM file from GIAC and you reallocate the time and labor information from payable time queries. You reallocate it to the combination of department, cost center, project, activity, resource type, resource category. You reallocate all of that through Access or through spreadsheets. You won't be doing that. As far as possible, we are reducing the need for you to do that in the back end by making sure that you are directing what the employee does in the front end. We are using the machinery, the actual system, to flow your cues for how the time should be charged through the payroll system and sending it back to you on the financial side to the HR accounting line. And from then on, you'll be doing what you have been doing for a while, which is downloading the journals and basically, auditing the journals, creating the journals, and then, posting the journals after budget checking. I'm sure you have a lot of questions about the process, but does the overall synchronization of financials, data elements to PeopleSoft human capital management and time and labor and payroll, and the return flow of the information from time and labor and payroll to the chart fields that you have indicated are appropriate for each transaction. Does this whole integrated system now make sense to you? Just give me a thumbs up and then we can ask question specifics at the end of the session. Wonderful, thank you all. Next slide, please, Sierra. So specifically, what happens? What are you going to be doing? Your tasks are going to be preferably at the beginning of the pay period. You'll be creating what I just said are the speed types. The speed types are basically combinations of chart fields held together by what we call a speed type key. And the speed type key will be, assigned to a set ID, which is the same as your business unit. So for ISP, it'll be 100. For DNR, it'll be 300. For INDOT, it'll be 800. For SPD, it'll be 70. For AOS, it'll be 50, and so on and so forth, right? So you are going to be creating, you're going to control a lot of things, guys, basically. That's the bottom line. The bottom line is to avoid doing so much rushed reallocation after payroll hits your PICOM file. In lieu of that, you're going to be going in and on an ongoing basis, you're going to be creating what we call speed types that you will be setting up in the financial system, which will flow over to the HR system. When are you going to be doing this? To some extent, you can control when you will be doing the HCM to the speed types, but to some extent you're not, right? Suppose your fund gets approved or your project gets approved today, and the employee must charge time to that combination of fund project program on Monday. You're going to have to set it up in the system today, correct? So that it's available for the employee who's going to be your employees, who's going to be assigning time to that project on Monday. So you're going to be setting it up in the middle today. What would be the effective date that you use on the speed type? Just down the track, Teresa will be showing you how to set up a speed type, but I'm just telling you that this is one of the tasks that you'll be doing. It's going to be done in the financial system, PeopleSoft Financials, and it'll be done with an effective date equal to the effective date of when the chart fields that are underlying the speed type get approved. The other things that you will be doing is you'll be going to the HCM system. So we are pulling together many pieces of information, and we're using technology to glue them all together to make them all seamless, right? Now go back to that same slide. With the next step that you'll be doing is to verify that just because you've created the speed type in the financial system doesn't mean the employee has it in his hand to be able to assign time to it. You will be going into the HCM system and you will be looking to in HCM, you'll be verifying that the chart fields that you just created as a speed type has gone over to HCM using Integration Broker. You will also be verifying that some of these downstream tables, which are specific to HCM, like the combo code table, the valid combo table, has also received that speed type information. The same speed type key will be available in HCM called a combo code. And you want to verify that through queries, through eyeballing, you'll be having access to read-only access to these tables in HCM. You'll be verifying, again, ongoing. You set up a speed type key today for a new project that's been approved, for a new fund that has come through, or a new department that you've set up. You're setting it up today in the expectation that the employee will be able to select time and charge time to that speed type key next Monday. You go immediately, finish it, save it in finance, go to HCM, navigate to HCM system, go into the speed type table, look at it in the speed type table, go over to the valid combo table and look at it there. We've also got queries that you can run to make sure that the values you're creating in financials have gone over to HCM. Make sense? Next slide, please, Sierra. What are the other things that you'll be doing? I said that some of your employees, especially with the big project use agencies such as ISP, INDOT, DOE, DWD, your people are going to be DNR. Your people are going to be using a lot of project information, and a lot of them will be what we call task time reporters. So what they would do is to go into the time reporting timesheet rather. You're familiar with the self-service timesheet. The look and feel of the timesheet has changed a little bit, and Kofi will demonstrate how you will be doing, how the employee, Joe Blow employee, will be entering time on the timesheet to speed types. A lot of them will be using speed types directly to charge time on the timesheet. But those we expect are people who would be expecting to charge time to project fund combinations on a daily basis. There's a different group of employees that I told you about, right? The functional support people. They are not likely to be needing to assign time to speed types, on a varied basis, on, changing from day to day, changing from week to week. Those guys will be assigning time by default to the time and labor entity that we call the task profile. And those task profiles, guess what? Guess who's going to be doing that? You. You'll be creating the task profiles as well,
What are you
because,
doing?
sorry, mute check, please. So the people who are going to be assigning time to task profiles or being charged by default to task profiles, those task profiles will also be set up by you. Why? Because you're familiar with what the task profile entity should be named. You're familiar with the speed types or a combination codes that should be assigned to the task profiles. So you will be creating the task profiles. For the task profiles to be available for the employee to use, you're familiar with the concept of a task group. Most of you are probably a little remote from the concept of assigning enrolling a person in time and labor, right? But your agency payroll folk will be assigning a person, a new employee, a rehired employee in time and labor. You'll be working with him or her to be assigning the person to a task group. But for the task group to be, for the employee's task group to validate the task profiles that you, the fiscal officers, specifically want employees to be eligible for, that task profile must be attached to the task group. It's a 1 minute task, nothing to be worried about, but it needs to be done on a regular basis. So I've said here that the timing is as required. As and when your chart fields get approved, you'll create the chart fields in the financial system. You'll be assigning the chart fields to a speed type. You'll be adding the speed type and attaching it to a task profile, a new entity that you created. You'll be attaching the task profile to a task group. But that the task group itself is an existing task group which is valid for your agencies. And then you are going to be busy people, because that's not the end of your task list. Your task list now gets two more items, or one more item rather. Every time a person is hired. And the good thing about all of this is you won't be doing these every single day. You may, depending upon how busy your agency is, but for the run-of-the-mill agencies, you probably will not be creating so many entities every single day. One of the things that you'll be doing, one of the extra things that you'll be doing is in the human capital management system, there's a module called commitment accounting. In that commitment accounting, we have a series of tables we call the department budget tables. Now, suppose your speed type, your task profile fails validations that the human capital management system runs through time and labor and through PeopleSoft payroll and through commitment accounting. You want the employees' payroll expenses to be charged to something, right? So that you don't have all of it coming with blanks to the HR accounting line and being forced to scramble to assign those expenses to to chart fields. As a safety net, you'll be creating at the level of the employee's position a default department budget, which is actually an allocation, a speed type assigned to the employee's position, which is sitting in the commitment accounting module. One of the jobs that you will be doing is to run a query, which looks for active positions not with no funding attached. And that is something that you will be doing at the beginning of the payroll period. Let us say you know for a fact that the agency payroll has told you that Joe Garcia has joined the agency. You want to know that he's not only got He needs to assign his time. He needs to be. He might be working in a national park on the in one of the parks at Indiana. You want to make sure that as part of his activities, he's got a speed tap to assign his time to. But you also want to know if for some reason HCM processing fails that speed time, that you have a default position level funding for him that will be used to allocate his expenses. And that's when you run active positions not in the department budget table, and you will be assigning the speed time, the default speed time for his position on the department budget table as soon as you see that he's been hired and his position has not been, has not been set up with the charge code. Is that making sense? If it's a world of information and a lot of jargon, let me know, but all of these will be explained down the track. We've got about 4 hours to get through a lot of information, but we will get through that. Next slide, please, Sierra. So how does this all come together? It's a huge jigsaw we're putting into place for you. But the good news is it's going to be in place by the time the system goes live on May 10th, right? You guys will be doing a lot of setup between now and then, and you'll be continuously updating this setup over on a day-to-day basis. It's part of your list of activities, part of your job going forward. How does the rubber hit the road? When does the rubber hit the road? When you enter your speed times, it's going to be available in the HCM system. Employees are able to charge time. That's the first box over there. Employees are able to, can you take your cursor to the orange box to the left-hand side? Employees will enter time on the timesheet and save that time. We've opened up the facility called the Save for Later. So in the new fluid timesheet, he or she will be entering time, saving time. He will be submitting time daily or at least weekly on a Friday. Now, in this new system, the manager, the line manager or the time approver will have to be approving time at least by the end of the week. If not by the end of the week, time has to be approved by the Tuesday of the payroll processing week. All time has to be entered by the Monday of the payroll processing week. You all have access to the payroll calendars, right? Paula, Shannon. The fiscal officers will also be having access to the payroll processing calendar. So in the calendar, your payroll period ends on a Saturday. Payroll processing starts on the Monday. That cadence has not been changed. But by 5 o'clock on the Monday, all time has to be submitted by employees. We are actively encouraging for your benefit, that employees, as far as possible, enter time by week, submit time by week, so that every week you get a chance to see the chart fields to which employees' time is being charged, right? And you're going to be the time and labor information will be approved by the line manager. It will run through the same process, the same washing machine process it's been running through, the time administration process every day, every night. But the time administration process will run multiple times in a day on a Friday, will run multiple times in the day on the Monday. I think it's 10 a.m., 2 p.m., and the 6 p.m. On the Monday, the Tuesday, and the Friday. Every Monday, every Tuesday, every Friday, the time administration process will run, and it'll convert the time, the time from the timesheet into what we call quote unquote payable time. Why is it called payable time? Because all timesheet time has to reach this payable time table to be able to move into payroll for North America. Payroll for North, as we saw in one of the overall flow, payroll for North America will grab this time It will churn through this time. It will calculate the time, validate the time, create your pay sheet, your paychecks. It will then take the time, assign the dollars to the time, and it will be assigned distributing the expenses, the salaries, employer paid deductions, employer paid taxes to the individual chart field string, the funding stream that has been assigned from the time and labor system that you are directing. Once it gets into that gray box, that payroll distribution box, it then, the batch processing, the automated batch processing will run through the GL integration, which will automate the process by which payroll expenses, the offsetting liabilities will all go over to the general ledger. And the general ledger is in the shape of the HR accounting line that you will be looking at once um, you start. AOS tells you that the payroll has been interfaced with general ledger. I'm sure you have questions, but is the concept going down? Is the whole cycle of integration making sense to all of you? Just do the thumbs up. I see one thumbs up. Very cool. So the goal of all of this overarching, the key driver for all of this is to make the whole system more efficient. Less time spent on the back end of the payroll process, all of you scrambling to get your Excels and Access databases to download the payable time, download the PyCom file, reassign all of those time and labor entities to the combination of program, project, department, fund, etc., etc. At the back end, you'll be doing you're going to be controlling what happens at the coal face, the front end. You're directing your employees how to charge the time. The employees take the accountability to charge the time correctly. Line managers are accountable for approving the time. The machine, the engineering takes charge of cleaning up the time, validating the time, and passing it off to payroll. Payroll processes as usual, but it's going to be a lot more, hopefully, efficient. And it's taking with it, not just the time, it's taking with it the chart field information. Time and labor is doing what it's supposed to do, which is to serve two masters, the payroll master and also the financials master. So that's how it's been. Oracle has designed the whole system to work in an integrated fashion. We are establishing the integration so that you're cutting off a lot of time at the back end. You're putting the time in the front end by creating these speed types and telling the employee what speed type to assign his or her time to. Make sense? Next slide, please, Sierra. And then just a generic summary of what we said before. We said that we've divided the employees into two specific groups of employees. A task time reporter will be the person who's cleaning up, a trooper who's going to be on escort, on VIP protection detail. It could be a DNR person who's going to be assigned to on a field cleaning up exercise. It could be a DOE person. It could be an INDOT construction or maintenance person. All of those people who are going to be whose costing is so varied that they will be assigned different portions of the time in a day or a week to different chart field strings. They're called the task time reporters. They can select a speed type directly on the timesheet. They can be speed types can be selected by clicking the chart field links on the timesheet, and the speed type. What we've done very nicely for you. I hope you're happy with that. Is that the speed type will validate against the employee's home BU. So if you are a DNR person and you are going to be assigning time to cleaning up the parkways, you're not going to be able to charge time to an in-dot speed type. We've got validations built in there to make sure that you don't do that. Now, the majority of the employees will not be speed type people because they're not field people. They're not, their time accounting, the time allocation is not going to be that varied. So they would be assigned to default task profiles, quote unquote, by the agency payroll folk on the maintain time reported data on time and labor. We're going to be showing you all of this down the track. We've got a small amount of time left, but they will be charging by default to the task profile. They also have the facility to be able to flip to a different task profile on the timesheet. And they will be, how their time will be charged. You're familiar with the concept of the time administration process, right? You're running time administration even today, or your agency payroll is running time administration process. JMIS is troubleshooting the time administration process. So that will continue to be running today, and that will continue to take your the speed types assigned to the timesheet or speed types assigned to the task profile and pass it out into the different chart fields that you have created as part of the string. Make sense? Next slide, please. So the overall process that I went through in that colorful chart that Courtney, our wonderful Courtney, put together, the process is exactly what I said a few minutes ago. Employee submits the timesheet after selecting the time reported code and speed type. They're going to be saving time every day, submitting time on the Friday. That's what we're asking them to do. Doesn't mean human beings do what they're told. But if they're not going to be submitting time on the Friday, all time must be submitted by 5 p.m. on Monday of payroll week. Submitted time will be automatically routed to the employee's level 1 time reporter, which is your direct supervisor. And all approvers must be approving time each Friday if possible. If not Friday, then by Tuesday of the payroll week. Make sense? You all have the timetable in your heads. It'll have to be approved for time administration, the validation engine, what I call the washing machine, to go through the speed types, to parse out the chart fields and assign the chart fields to the time and the time reporting codes in payable time. For the payable time to be ready with not just the time that goes over to payroll, but also the chart fields, information that will go over to financials. Time administration has to recognize that the time is ready for validation. And for that to happen, approvals must take place. The time administration will convert the reported time to payable time. It will run by batch every night. It will also run 3 times a day on Monday, Tuesday, and Friday. Next slide, please. And then, as I said before, the automated batch scheduling will load the time to payroll on Tuesday morning of payroll processing week around midnight, or as needed on Tuesdays and Wednesdays until all payable time has been loaded to the current payroll. Now, we're going to ask for some discipline from both your employees and your managers, but agency fiscal officers, you guys have a vested interest in making sure the entire machine works, right? Because it ultimately, when you are going to be accounting for the employee's payroll, it's going to come back to you. So it behooves you to make sure the information you're giving the employees and agency payroll folk to pass on to the employees or managers is accurate, and that every single person does his or her job properly. Employees are entering time, submitting time correctly. Managers are approving time correctly. Time administration has picked up their time and passed it over to payroll. And we've got a plethora of queries that we will be introducing you to during the course of this training. Payroll will continue through multiple pay calcs and until it confirms on the Friday of the payroll period. Payroll will be finalized on the payroll period on the Friday of the payroll processing week. And that night, the automated batch scheduling will pick up the payroll file and will process it through what we call the distribution process, the actual distribution process. It will also create the time and labor extract, which will distribute or dilute the time back to payable time. And it will also kick off the general ledger interface, which will send payroll costs to HR accounting line. Is this process making sense, or am I basically talking a lot of jargon that you haven't understood? Thumbs up if it's all making sense. Great, thank you. Next slide, please. Now, in order for the labor distribution process to work, right, you have to configure the funding, and the funding is represented by what I said on the key speed types. Every transaction in time and labor, whether it is regular time, whether it is it's going to be compensatory time. One of the things that you might have come across during your testing or during all of the other meetings we have had as a project is that employees will no longer select an overtime code on the timesheet. They will be selecting a regular time only, and we've got time and labor rules to automate the process by which any excess time over the FLSA threshold of 40 or whatever the FLSA threshold is for that particular type of employee will be converted into overtime. We've got rules doing that. Only ISP and the law enforcement folk in DNR, ATC, gaming, and um, excise and tobacco. Those are the guys who will be entering LEOVT on the timesheet. No longer will other employees enter OVT on the timesheet. It'll all be calculated by rules. But for any of their time to be hitting the charge codes, the work-based accounting codes correctly, the funding has to be specified either in the shape of the speed type on the timesheet or in the shape of the task profile that's assigned to their time and labor enrollment. Absences are coming from absence management. There is no field in absence management to which time will be assigned, the absence, the request, the paid, the vacation, or the sick, the personal time, the jury, the bereavement, or the FMLA will be assigned to a charge code. So all absences will get the default speed types assigned to the task profiles, assigned to the employee's time and labor enrollment page. So absences and any time that's not been specifically assigned to a speed type will hit the default that the employee is going to be assigned to in the shape of a task profile. Anything that an employee puts on the timesheet overrides all defaults. So if an employee Joe Blow enters his time against the speed type, that overrides the task profile. If he does nothing on the time and labor timesheet, the time will be assigned to the speed type attached to the task profile. Next slide, please. And then all of this covers what I've said before, that speed types will have to be created by you guys. Your role will create the speed types. Next slide, please. And we will be mapping it to the information such as the fund account department program. No longer will you have the fund center codes as we had did in the past with the GX system, and we'll be integrating the information from finance to HCM through an interface. Next slide, please. So is this a good juncture, Teresa, for you to show where just to remind the group here about where the chart fields will be set up and where the speed types will be set up?
Sure. Do you just want me to talk through it, or do you want me to actually physically show people?
Why don't we do that? Why don't we actually show people the system?
Okay. All right, so I will share my screen. I am actually in INT2 right now, working on a few little tweaks. So hold on, let me make sure I can share the correct screen. Okay, so hopefully what you're seeing is my homepage in PeopleSoft Financials. I've got a couple of work centers available. I've also stuck the particular navigations on my home screen just to make it easy for me, but I can, per the slide, the navigation, well, yeah, and looks like Shuba took that particular slide off the presentation, so off of the screen since I'm sharing. But the navigation, the long navigation is going to be in financials. We're going to go through Navigator all the way down to Setup Financials. And those people that have the security role for the SOITL speed types will be able to navigate to this. So we're going to go to Setup Financials and then Common Definitions and then Design Chart Fields and then chart define values. So you can see why I have a shortcut. It's several drills down in, and then under HCM speed types, again, the people with the security roles, once they have security in production, will be able to actually see this navigation. So under HCM speed types, this is the online page, and this is typically where you're going to go to make single changes. Maybe you need to add a brand new speed type. Maybe you need to inactivate a speed type. Maybe you need to change a chart field here or there. So I've actually got a spreadsheet going where I need to make some changes for Business Unit 44. They wanted to make some changes for their descriptions. So just as an example, I'm looking for speed type 15. So I can go ahead and just search. And then luckily it's right here real quick. So this is the online page where you would go to make single changes, single adds. We also have an upload process where you can upload more than one. Multiples, we've uploaded several thousand at a time, so the upload is pretty handy to use. But this is the online page. Once you assign the speed type key, it cannot be changed. And we like to have the naming convention. It's a 10-character field. We're starting with the business unit number 044 and then 12345, right? So that's kind of the naming convention we started with. We've had some agencies that have wanted to make some modifications to that naming convention, and we've worked through those.
Teresa, can you unshare and reshare it? Some people aren't getting your screenshot. Your share's not showing for some people.
Sure.
Let's see if we can get it to show for everybody.
All right, so I've stopped sharing. And hopefully you can see that I've stopped sharing.
I can see that you've stopped.
Okay, so resharing. And then resharing.
All right, hang on.
And I'm in the boonies, so it might take a minute.
So it is showing for me now. If anybody that wasn't seeing it, if you could just put in the chat if you're seeing it now.
Or thumbs up or thumbs down or something. So Lynn, is everybody happy?
Looks like it from the many thumbs up.
Oh, okay, good. I didn't see the thumbs up. Great. So this is our online page. We have effective date, effective status, active or inactive. We've got our description. The key is a 10-character field and the description is a 30-character field. So keep that in mind when you're building your file or your rows for your speed types. We've got a full chart field string down here. We've got our fund, account, program, department, bud ref, and then all of our project chart fields, source type, cat, subcat, product, locality, incident, affiliate, fund affiliate. So you get the idea. That's a full chart field string for general ledger for finance. Effective dating, we've run into some issues. So we've tried to really provide a lot of information about effective dating in the job aid that you guys will be sent out, that will be sent out to all of y'all. It's 23, 24 pages of a job aid to add and modify and maintain speed type. So there's a lot of really good information out there that we're going to be sending out to you. We've also got the validity tab. Hopefully that carried through. When I clicked on the validity tab, it's going to be based on the pay period beginning date. Chart field validity, it's actually going to go look out to the fund table, the department table, the project table, all of those individual chart fields, and determine whether those chart fields are valid or not and active. It's also going to go out and look at your combination edit rules. So many of you have chart field combination edit rules where you're saying fund, this fund A will only go with project B, or this fund will only go with these 3 departments. So some of the combination edit rules that are in effect, this is actually going to go out and look at those and determine whether the combination on this speed type is valid. And then we have a process where on this online page, as soon as you save it, it's going to run through that process to sync, to attempt to sync over to the HCM application. And then we have an audit tab. And so this particular speed type was created on 1/18 by me. That's my user ID. If you need to write it down to find out what I've done to you. There's my name, last updated at 10:01 p.m. And again, updated by me. Okay. So the thing that I need to do based on my spreadsheet is I need to update. They want the update done to the description field. And I'm going to add a new row. And it's dated 4/27, so today's date. And it brings down the full chart field string that I had originally. And so I'm going to make a change. Effective today, they want all of their descriptions to be their project number. Simple enough. And so I'm effective dating it today, and I'm basically just making that change to the description field and saving. So I've got 20 of those to do. Obviously, I don't want to do that singly. I could. It might take me a little while. But so that description change, basically, it's still a valid combination. Those chart fields are still valid. And it also has synced over to HCM. I am in the FSINT environment right now. So this environment is still pointing to the HRUAT environment. So that change went. In production right now, these changes aren't going anywhere because we're not live. So right now we're not actually linked to the HR environment yet. So hopefully you should never see a green check mark in production today. We shouldn't have that. Any questions? Well, maybe I shouldn't ask questions. Hopefully nobody took me up on that. Lynn, if there are any questions, let me know.
Sure, you've shown them the masked upload also, right? The automatic.
No, I have not shown. We did show people that in the testing and in the training, but I have not showed that yet. Do you want me to go through that as well?
Yes, let's finish that because that's one of the first things that they will be doing in the life, a day in the life, or a payroll in the life of the fiscal officer.
Sure.
It's the first thing they will be doing, creating the chart fields and creating the speed types.
Right. So that's the online page, and that's where you would go to do single changes. I also have the links to the upload process. And once you upload something, you're going to be doing a validate and sync. So let me go to the upload page. And Lynn or somebody, please tell me if that's not translating to what I'm sharing on the screen.
So we can see the run control page.
Okay, great. So I have, I've already added my run control. I call it HCM upload, speed type upload. That's my run control name. And I've been working hard. I did an FSSA upload back on the 22nd. So I'm gonna trash can that. And I'm gonna uncheck my little correction mode. And I'm gonna hit save just to clean this up a little bit. This is my process. You do whatever you think is right, but I've been doing this enough to know what works for me. So basically we're going to have the run control page where we're going to attach a file. And first we need to actually bring down the template. So the template is in a specific format. The instructions say not to change the order, not to change the formatting of the columns. And please let me know if this template in Excel, it looks like an Excel file, is not showing on my share screen. I'm going to take quiet as meaning you guys can see my Excel template file.
We can see the screen.
Great, thank you so much. So there are instructions. There's a second tab here that gives you some brief instructions. I was going to say destructions, but that's not right. And so again, don't change the column order. Do not change the formatting of any of these columns or cells. Very important information. So I'm going to just kind of jump back and forth and go grab my data. And I got it in a specific order. So let me grab those. Let's see, and I already did 15, so I don't have to grab him. Probably should have had this built already. That would have been handy. And I'm going to paste special just because I don't want to carry any formatting from the other file. And the effective date is in a specific order, a specific format. We've got month, day, Y. So, and then our effective status is going to be active, right? Carry that all down. And then I've got the rest of this in a particular order. So let me just grab that. So you're going to build your file. You're going to build your template with all of your chart fields and whatever you're going to be adding. So let me just finish building this. It's just a little quick. So then did I put everything in the right cells, in the right columns? I've got funds, accounts. The account is always going to be 510101. That is our default. Payroll, salaries and wages. Departments look like departments. Programs with the leading 0, very important. PCBU with the leading 0, very important. The project number and the activity, again, all with the leading 0s, very important. And the description that they wanted, again, the change that they want is that they want the description to be not the numbered 14, 17, 18. They want it to be the project number. Okay. So now once I have this built, I need to save it as a CSV file. So I'm doing a save as, and I save these all into a particular folder. So I'm just sticking it here. It's going to be 044 updates. I'm just naming it something. And I want to save it as a CSV file, CSV UTF-8, and that's specified in the instructions in the job aid. And so I'm going to save it there. And you're going to get a little message pop up that says, basically, it only wants to save the first active sheet. You don't want to save the instruction sheet as well. So just that first tab. And you're just going to say OK through that. And so it's saved. Okay, so now back to PeopleSoft. Please tell me, please confirm that you all can now I'm back into PeopleSoft. I'm going to take quiet as meaning yes, you can see.
Yep, we can see your screen.
Thank you so much. So now I want to go grab that file. I'm going to attach and I'm going to go find it. And hopefully it's right there. 044 updates, yes. And I'm going to upload. And so there it is. And it's in the right format, CSV. And I gave it a new effective date, so I don't need to worry about doing any kind of correction. If I wanted to actually update the existing effective dated row, I could do that. But I already gave it a new effective date of today. And so I'm not going to do a correction mode here. So basically I'm going to click run. And the process name it's an app engine type process, SOI HR speed. I'm just going to say okay to this process. And of course, the process instance number has been assigned. And so we're just going to keep an eye on the process monitor to make sure that that goes and does its thing. Any questions while we're waiting for that process to run?
Remember, Teresa, we're trying to hold questions till the end of the section.
I know, but I'm just trying to fill quiet time here. Oh, and no success. That's good to know. And so no success, now I need to troubleshoot. So why? So I'm going to drill into the details, view log trace, and I have an error file. Okay, invalid activity. So that is a problem for speed type 19 and 20. So for whatever reason, speed type 19 and 20, it didn't like. And it's saying activity for the speed type BFCEG 2022 and PHWF 2022 are not good. All right, so that's something I can work with. So I'm going to return to my CSV file. Just get out of here. See if I can find the right one. There we go. So it doesn't like 19 and 20. So I'm going to discard them and move along, right? I'll fix these later. I'm going to delete these guys. I'm going to resave the CSV file. So basically, I'm just updating my working document that I'm using to upload. But the fun thing about PeopleSoft is now that that went to no success, I need to actually delete this process instance. So again, clicking into details, deleting this request. So I'm cleaning this up basically. Make sure that goes away. Go away. I suppose I don't have to wait, but I always feel like I should give the system time to work. Sometimes I'm impatient. Maybe if I clicked refresh, that would be a better thing instead of save. All right, so I'm going to go back to my upload sheet, my upload run control, and I'm going to trash can this file because I've changed it, and I'm going to go grab it again. Let the system run. So I'm going to click run and say okay. So I'll come back to 19 and 20 and I'll work with the agency to say, hey, it's saying that activity on those two projects are not valid, and those won't be valid. The changes they wanted to change the description will not be valid. And of course, again, we're also in the INT2 environment. So in finance, in PeopleSoft Finance, in the INT2 testing environment, these activities are not valid. They may very well be valid in production. And so I may not have this issue when I go to work this in production. So success and posted, yay, that's happy. And now I need to run the validate and sync process. Okay, so again, back to, so after you've uploaded, it's not automatically running that validate and those validations against the chart field tables. It's not automatically running the validate against the combination edit tables, edit rules. So I need to actually run that process to the data that I just uploaded. So again, still under Navigator, I can do the validate and sync. And I've got a run control already built, HCM validate and sync. That's my run control name. And I can do all business units, which you guys would not necessarily need to do. We're gonna actually build a batch process to do that. I'm gonna run this against 00044 because that's the only business unit I'm working on right now. And I'm gonna click run. And again, App Engine, SOIHR speed, process instance assigned. And then we sit. And I don't ask if you have any questions. So what we're looking for here is there are going to be two reports that are being generated. The combination edit chart field report is going to be generated, as well as any kind of error messages. If a particular chart field, if the combination is no longer valid, or if something like that happened, that's where we're going to get a log that says why. Okay, so it says warning, it didn't say success, so that means I have some log files to actually look at. View log trace. And so here we have these two right here. We've got the combination edit status chart field edit, as well as the data publish. So let's look at the combination edit. So these 17 are good. 44 number 6. Dated 7/1 and also dated 4/27. So both rows, it's saying that they are invalid for some reason. And so that may be because one of the chart fields is invalid, or various reasons. So let's go look at the other file and maybe it'll give us a little more information. Data publish is the other log file. Following data published to HCM, 0 rows published that are or have become valid. So these guys are valid. And they were already published. So the only thing I did was change the description. So then I would probably go out and run my queries in finance to see what's out there and what they look like. There is a finance query to run for valid speed types, as well as whether or not they were published or not. And there should be the name of those queries somewhere in this presentation. And again, not asking if you have any questions. So I think I'm done given this little demonstration. Again, there's a 23-page job aid that people will be sent and that will be available to people. So we're going to have a lot of information out there regarding how to enter speed types, how to maintain speed types.
Very cool. Thank you. Thank you, Teresa.
Welcome.
So did this demo make sense? I mean, one of the tasks that I said that you'll be doing in future, which you're probably not doing now, is to not just create the chart fields, which you are doing now, but to string it together in a speak type, which is a package which goes over to HCM. Now, Latoya, is this the juncture where we're going to give them a 5-minute break to get a coffee?
Yeah.
And then we'll proceed with the other demo of the other tasks that they will be doing on a typical payroll period.
I would need to look at the deck. Sierra, can you pull up the deck, please? To see where we are.
Yep,
If
it's
you
loading.
feel, go ahead, Sierra.
Yep, it's loading up right now.
Shuba, the breaks are flexible. So if you feel that everyone needs a 5-minute break, we can go ahead and give a 5-minute break now.
Fantastic. So it's 9:25, guys. Let's come back at 9:30. Does that make sense, everybody? Just grab a coffee so that you can get your notes together again and review it. And we'll meet again in 5 minutes. Thanks. See you in 5. Is everyone gathering back? Once again, thank you, Teresa, for showing us through the setup of a speed types. If you go think back to the chart fields, to the tasks that I said this fiscal officer group, the agency finance group will need to be doing, the speed type was one of the very first things that you will be doing, right? Because a lot of things are going to, whether access to the accounting information on the timesheet or by default through the task profiles or the position level defaults, the speed type needs to be valid. It needs to have gone over to the HCM system, and it needs to have been validated by the HCM system and sent to all those downstream tables that we talked to you about. So what are the characteristics of the speed types that you'll be setting up in the financial system? Teresa showed you how to get there, common definitions, design chart fields, design values, and speed types. The speed type key as delivered by Oracle is 10 characters. What is the naming convention? The first 3 characters will be the last 3 characters of your business unit. 050 for AOS, 070 for SPD, 7700 for DOE, 100 for state police, and so on and so forth. You know the naming convention, and then the rest of it is a string of numbers, or it can be a string of alpha characters, alpha numeric. If you want to say parks, for example, 300 parks, clean up for something that is intuitive and understandable by the employee, that the rest of the string is going to be up to something that you discuss with your agency, finance manager, director, and AOS. The description itself is 30 characters, so you have some real estate there to play around with something that is making sense to your employees. And in the string, the account, the GL account will be absolutely necessary. The GL account is always the 510101 that Teresa was talking about. That is your payroll salary account. It must be there, and it must be the same thing. Your budget reference is your current FY fiscal year. The speed types will be updated on July 1, and we'll come to that in a little while. Next slide, please. So all of this is a nice little graphic, and yes, somebody was asking whether the recording is available. Yes, the recording will be available at the end of the session. Lynn will put a link to where the recording is going to be saved. And this the PowerPoint also will be available to you all to take a look at. There are job aids for which Latoya or Janetta will be adding a link for that. So you went through what the speed type configuration was. It's a custom page. It's not the Oracle delivered speed type table. We've created a speed type table for the state of Indiana on the PeopleSoft financial system. What the difference between this and the speed type table as delivered by PeopleSoft is that this one validates. I think Zach guessed of InDot, you had a question. Will it validate against the speed type? Yes, you absolutely saw that it validated the activity, right? Then Teresa added an inactive or an incorrect activity to the string. It invalidated that string, right? So there is code which will validate the actual string before it hits the save or submit button in financials. Once it's saved or submitted and you do your validate and sync, or you do a manual entry and it automatically syncs over to HCM, it hits the speed type table in HCM, and it'll be available for use on the task profile table, on the employees time and labor enrollment table, on the timesheet table, and on the department budget table. Makes sense so far? Or am I stunning, or are we stunning you with too much information? Very cool, you guys have got it. Next slide, please. And then this is a little bit more information on the custom table where you're going to be entering the page, where you're going to be entering the speed types. What you need to know is the navigation, how to get to the page, what kind of naming convention you should be using, and how do you make it available. Just remember, you guys are setting the rules for the accounting information that will be used by time and labor and payroll, and which will come back to you in the shape of the payroll transactions in HR accounting lines. So you tell the employees and line managers what to use. So here we are just saying that speed tabs can be created manually or as and when projects or funds are approved. And then you will be, you could be using, and there was another question out there for when would you be doing an automatic load? At the beginning of the fiscal year, you might be doing a whole bunch of updates. You might want to, a new fund has been approved and there are 30 projects which are assigned to that fund. Then you might want to do a mass upload rather than a manual, keystroke by keystroke upload. So those are the times when you'll be doing the automatic upload. And then you want to make sure that if you're doing an automatic upload, it's going over to to HCM, because right now it's one big happy family and all the modules are now going to be integrated together, and all the modules in HCM will be integrated together and will be integrating with general ledger, accounts payable on the financial side. Next slide, please. Teresa showed you all of this. I'm not going to drain that because a visual is worth a million words. And so next slide, please. All of these are there for you. The navigation is there for you. This is the template that you will be filling in. Teresa, Latoya, these templates will also be available for them to use going forward, right? So we'll be saving this also together with the job aids, the actual
Right,
template.
So the template itself, they will only be able to get to the navigation and actually use the template if they have the security role, the SOI TL speed type security role. But it's not like a CI. If any of you are familiar with component interfaces, I mean, the template is retrieved from the navigation from the run control page. It's not like sitting out there somewhere. So you always need to be downloading the most recent template just in case we've made any changes to it. So always retrieve a fresh new template from the run control page.
Okay. And any difficulties you run into, that's why I said that this training is for the agency fiscal officer finance group, also for GMIS finance, GMIS HR, and also for the AOS payroll admins. Next slide, please. And all of this goes through the processing that Teresa has already demoed. It's all there for you to recap. Next slide, please. And keep going through until you get to the end of the speed type discussion. So we've talked about the speed types, we talked about the naming convention, and we've done the PeopleSoft demo. Then how are the speed type used? Keep going. So I've said here that they can be assigned directly on a timesheet, or they can be assigned to a task profile and configured as a default on the employee's enrollment page. You're not going to be, thankfully, you're not going to be doing the enrolling of an employee to a task profile. That will be done by your agency payroll people, and it'll be done based upon the insight that you give agency payroll. You tell agency payroll what task profile should be assigned to the employee by default, because you've got the wisdom, right? You should know that Joe Garcia should be set up against this task profile because that's what will hit his accounting for as long as he is with the state of Indiana. So where are we going to be using this, consuming this? It's the employee default on the maintain time reported data. It will be the position default on the department budget table, or it could be directly used on the timesheet. Keep going. Next slide. Okay, so let's start with the highest level first, right? I'm going to ask my colleague Kofi to show you, let's start with the highest level. In the pyramid of validations within HCM, the lowest level is going to be actually on a pay line to which none of you will have access because only AOS payroll administrators have access to the actual pay sheet. The next level of validation, you remember the process that I told you about? You're going to be, employees will create the assign the time to speed types on the timesheet, or will be charged to a speed type through the task profile mechanism. It'll go into payable time through the time administration validation process. The washing machine I told you about, it gets loaded to pay sheets. Only AOS has access to those screens. And once it goes through the payroll confirm, it'll go through a process called the actuals distribution, which will take the earnings, deductions, and taxes calculated by payroll and assign it to the chart fields that the employee is assigned through time and labor, and split it up, distribute it over those chart fields through the distribution tables. Those distribution tables are the repository for the accounting information for the employee's payroll. When the general ledger interface runs, the general ledger interface will look at these distributed information, employer paid taxes, employer paid deductions, and employees' earnings. Those are the expenses. And it'll take that and it'll look at a bunch of configuration that we have done in HCM to also create the offsetting or liability accounts, and it'll distribute all of that, publish all of that to the HR accounting line in general ledger. Now, if time and labor, the speed types used in time and labor fails validation. For example, you saw this information that the speed type, you should not fail at that stage because the speed type itself is being combo edited, right? The speed type itself is being combo edited, as we saw very clearly when Teresa was entering the speed type and hitting the validate button. It was already validating that. Once it jumps over to HCM, right? There are processes like the time administration process. I call it the washing machine for a very specific reason. It actually validates the chart fields against the chart field tables that have also synced over from financials. Finance controls everything, right? So the time administration process will spit out into exceptions, high severity exceptions, any transaction, any time transaction, which is assigned to an invalid project or an invalid activity or an invalid resource type or an invalid resource category. All of those are going to be invalidated in time and labor, which is your first point of contact between human being, the time reporter, and the chart field, the accounting string, right? It'll get invalidated there. If it doesn't get invalidated there, it goes over to payroll. Everything depends upon how tightly controlled your performance is. If you're going to be invalidating or inactivating chart fields in the middle of the payroll period, remember that there's a very good chance that the employee's time will be stuck in time and labor because it's being invalidated by the time administration process. It may not go to payroll, the employee may not be paid for that day. It will not hit the accounting because that whole cycle has been disrupted because of what you guys did with the inactivation of a particular chart fields. Be very careful to not inactivate anything in the middle of the payroll period. Now, if what we're doing is to build all of these system checks and balances within the system, lots and lots of safety nets, right? Your safety net, first of all, is your speed type validation. The second level of safety net is the exceptions. An agency payroll. Yes, Zach. So a high severity exception will stop a transaction from going over to payable time. If the payable time is not generated, it won't go to payroll and it won't get paid. So a high severity exception will be looked at by the agency payroll folk. And we've stressed that over and over and over again on the training that we did for agency payroll on April 11th, right? Some of you were attending it, some of you may not have attended it, but the exceptions, if the exceptions are related to invalid chart fields or inactive chart fields, agency payroll will come rushing to you and say, hey, something has happened. The employee was able to select the speed type and submit the speed type, but then somewhere along the way, time administration has kicked it out. So if time admin kicks it out, then that reported time, the timesheet time, has not gone over to payable time. So I'm emphasizing this is going to be one big happy family in the sense the employee has a part to play, agency payroll has a part to play, line manager approver has a part to play, the fiscal officer has a part to play, payroll has a part to play. And all of this comes back in one big circle back to you. Now, if the transaction goes over to payroll and for some reason it is then invalidated by the actual distribution process, we've given you another safety net, and that is the position level default that again you will be setting up. You will be setting up the speed type that the employee selects at the cold face, which is the timesheet. You will also be setting up the position level default, which is going to be the default that the expenses, payroll expenses get charged to, should they fail the time, so that should the time and labor speed type fail validation, right? So the position level default is set up in a module we call the commitment accounting module in HCM, and on a page that we call the department budget table. What you will be doing is at the beginning of the pay period, you'll be looking for positions that have been created newly for a new employee or maybe a transferred employee who's going to be assigned to a new position. And you want to make sure that the position has got its funding, default funding, set up on the department budget table. Now, before we do anything else, this is the first thing that you will be doing during the payroll period. So I will come to your question in a minute when we get to the questions, Laura. But for the time being, I wanted to show you how you're going to be setting up the safety net configuration, which is the position level default on the department budget table. I'm going to call on my colleague Kofi to show you how you'll be, where you'll be going in HCM, and you should have access to do that, and what you will be doing, how you will be navigating to the department budget table, and what kind of information you'll be entering there to make sure the employee has got a position level default for which the his payroll can be charged. Kofi, you want to share your screen?
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. Going to grab the screen here. I'm sharing my screen now. Let me know if you can see it.
If we can see it. Any difficulties, anybody? You can all see the screen? Okay, I think that's a consensus. Go on, Kofi.
Okay. So as Shuba mentioned, the first thing you do is to know whether there are new positions that have been created and assigned to employees that are missing setup on the department budget table. So there's a query that we've created that can help with that cause. So I'm going to go to the reports manager here, query manager. And then I'm going to pull the query and then run the query. This takes a couple of seconds to produce some results.
So you're all familiar with PeopleSoft positions, right? They're set up by SPD, but they're set up by SPD after having been authorized by the budget office that Steve represents. And they go through a whole cycle of approvals before they are set up in the human capital management system. An employee is hired through success factors or through direct hire, they will be assigned to a position which makes them valid for a business unit / agency. And now at the beginning of the payroll period, you, the fiscal officer, has been a little distant from the process of setting up the employee and assigning him to a position. But your agency payroll or agency HR will tell you that a new hire has been is going to be start working for your agency, right? And that agency, that employee has got a position attached to him. That position has a business unit attached to the position, and you will need to know, how that position is going to be assigned a default speed type that will be the default charge code in case every other chart field string fails that the person. So this query has pulled up two positions which are not in the department budget table. And we will be giving you, there is one slide in this deck which actually shows you all the different queries that you will be running in HCM. This is no longer in finance, you're in HCM. Go on, Kofi, tell them how you will be using this information.
Okay, so the query tells us there are two positions that have been created under business unit 0070, which are assigned to employees but missing on the department budget table. So that means that we have to go and set the position up on that department budget table. I'm going to copy the position number here, the first one, and open a new window. Then I'm going to navigate to the department budget table component. So that is under setup HCM, product related, commitment accounting, and budget information, and then department budget table USA. So here we are going to set up a new config. So I'm going to click on add a new value. And the department, we can pick the department ID here is the 045000. The fiscal year is 2022. The budget level is at position level. And we're leaving the pool ID blank, and then the job code set ID, we're choosing stint. The job code, we have to include a job code field here. So, but for now, I'll just go navigate to the job data and pull the job code from there.
You
Also,
can just create these, put the position in and add, and hit the add button. You don't need to look for the job code.
Yeah. Looking for the department.
If you run the query, it shows the department.
Yeah, I see job code. I'm going to rerun the query to pull in the job code.
Yeah, all you need is the position number, the department and the position. That's all you need. And
Okay.
the fiscal year. Yeah. And the fiscal year is 2022. Yep, that's all you need. Hit the add button.
I don't have the position yet, so let me pull it here. Right, so this is the default page that you see after clicking on the ad. So the budget begin date. Should I use should I use the fiscal year July 1?
Yes, it's July 1, 2021. And it goes all the way to June 30th, 2022. So basically, guys, what you're seeing here is the safety net speed type that will be used as a default if the time and labor chart field string or speed type fails validation. It's one of the tasks that the state's leadership has given to your group to take care of. This is one of the few, it's not rocket science. It's a fairly easy table to set up once you've gotten a hang to the different pages. What it shows you is the default, which is basically a fiscal year begin and end date. Your offset group is state of Indiana. The effective date can be the same as the fiscal year, or it can be if it's a new position. You can use the position effective date. Go to the default page.
Do we need the suspense account here or no?
Yes, you do. You'll have to put the chart fields details in. So every one of these department budget rows will need a suspense account. What the suspense account basically does is all of it will have the letters SUSP in the suspense account. What it does is it acts as a catchment to any monies. It could be one earning, or it could be one deduction, or one piece of tax that is failing the validation else that is coming from the earnings, the chart field string that's coming from time and labor, or it's failing every other validation. That money will go into the suspense account. So it's act as a default. Now, you would expect all monies for an employee whose speed types have been invalidated in the front part of the process to go to the position level default. But when you create the department budget table, you should be selecting a default for that, for a suspense account for that row. Okay, now go into the earnings. On the department budget defaults, if you go there, you can see that the legend there, the default funding source option, it says distribute over actual earnings. What that means is that your employer paid deductions and your employer paid taxes, which are your fringes, follow the line set by the earnings funding stream. So your earnings funding stream is going to come from time and labor for most of the time reporters. For non-time reporters like your legislators, your judicial folk, those will be coming from the default speed tab that we are setting up here. Now go to the department budget earnings. And enter a speed type, hit the combination code tab.
So there's the chat field details where the speed type can be pulled in. What you do is you hit on the search button here. And then you enter the speed type. Since
this person's position is keyed to 70, which is SPD, you enter 070 and then select one of the speed types that is valid for 070.
And you select here and hit on OK.
Can I interject something real quick while you're going through these?
Yes, ma'am.
So what Kofi just brought up, if you guys noticed, he was looking for a business unit 70 speed type, but there were also STINDROs. So in finance, we're creating speed types specifically for the business unit, but when it goes over to the HCM application, it's creating two rows, a STINDRO and a business unit row. So make sure that you're not picking the STINDRO to apply to these defaults. Always pick the business unit row. Or if Shuba, you want to add anything to that? That should, what I just said was correct, hopefully.
Yep, that's correct. So what you're going to have to remember with this department budget table, right? Every department in PeopleSoft, human capital management, is keyed to stint. So, but when we updated the search page, we made the search page look for the string which is valid for either stint, the set ID, or the business unit set ID. In this case, will be 00070, which is SPD. Make sense? And that's what he's selected. So because in the very first defaults page, we said distribute over actual earnings, we don't really have to set up an override chart field, string, or speed type to the deduction and taxes tab. It'll follow. It'll follow from whatever we set up on the earnings tab, which is basically your 070 blah 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 1. And if we hit the save button, you've basically saved this new employee's position. You're setting up a default for that employee's position. You saved. Go on.
Right. Okay. So the sequence number is a required field here. So you're going to enter 1 and tab out. That opens up the distribution percentage.
Should be 100%.
It should be 100%. So as Shuba just mentioned, at this point you have to save the page. This allows the setup here to for deductions and taxes to follow the earnings.
Right.
Once you click on the save button, you can then go to the deductions. And as you can see, the deduction already have the settings that we did.
It's copied over the deductions, and if you just hit that right arrow and look at the taxes, the employee's taxes are also going to that 070 blah 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 1.
Yep.
It's copied over because of the queues that we set up on the department budget defaults. So what have we done so far, right? We've given you the task. We've given you some interesting tasks to do. They are additional to what you're doing right now. But all of those are being done at the front end. At the back end, all of the reallocations that you will be doing after the fact, we're trying to reduce that for you. We're asking you to create a speed type. We're asking you to create a speed type in time. We're asking you to create a speed type, as far as possible, which is valid for the current pay period. We're asking you to not inactivate a chart field to answer Laura's question. You don't want to invalidate a chart field in the middle of the pay period, because if something hits a high severity exception in time and labor or invalidated in payroll, if it's invalidated in time and labor, there's a high severity exception that agency payroll has not seen, line manager has not bothered to look at, then yes, that particular transaction will not get paid. So there is a lot of responsibility in this village, in the support village that we call the agency payroll plus agency fiscal officer plus line manager plus employee. A lot more accountability and a lot more power rests with all of you. Now, have you all understood what you're doing? You created the speed type. You've created a default position level department budget table row for the new employee's position. You've attached your speed type to that employee's position. Now, let's go into the PowerPoint again. Sierra, if you can take back control of the shared screen, go back to where we were on the deck. Get back to the curriculum, and then we'll come back to show you what else you will have to do in the system to get the employee's payroll accounted for in finance. So I think we were somewhere towards. Okay, we've been through this. Go to the next slide. And Kofi showed you how the query results, showed that two positions were not in the department budget tables. Keep going. And we showed you how we used to add that position to the department budget table. We set the fiscal year begin and end dates, and keep going. We looked at the defaults. We showed you the distribute over actual earnings. Keep going. We showed you how to go to the combination code tab on the department budget earnings and keep going. Select the combination code, the speed type that will be attached to the employee's position by default. So we selected that and we selected the 100% allocation, the sequence number, and we saved that position default. Keep going. And that's really what we've done is we've created speed types for the employees to use in time and labor, but we've also covered our backsides by putting in a position level default on the department budget table in commitment accounting in HCM. Keep going. And that's about it. Keep moving on. So we can talk to how else are we going to be using our speed types. Now, I've told you employees can be SOI task reporters, in which case they will be selecting a speed type on the timesheet. I also said the majority of employees will not need to select, will not need to select a speed type on the timesheet. DNR, Laura Crawford, thank you very much, has made it mandatory for every single row of every single employee's time to be assigned to a combo code / speed type on the timesheet. DWD, same thing. FSSA, same thing. The rest of state police have said we want them to charge overtime to a speed type which has a project in it. And that will be validated by a custom validation that we have on the timesheet for state police. For the rest of you, your agency's finance managers did not want regular time to be assigned to a speed type. You can make it happen. You can make sure that the speed types are assigned for an employee to charge to a specific combination of fund, department, account, project, activity, etc. You can make even regular time compulsory, but that's the communication that your team must do with the agency payroll, and the agency payroll must have that communication or that conversation with the line manager, so the employee knows that his regular time, his compensatory time are all assigned to a specific speed type. Now, for the rest of the population, if they don't do anything on the timesheet, right? if they don't assign time to a speed type, what happens? It'll go to the default task profile that is set up by the agency payroll. And Joe Garcia joins the organization on the maintained time reported data, the time and labor enrollment data, which the agency payroll will set up. There will be a task profile assigned to them. How does the task profile work? Where does it get its meat from? The task profile, when it's set up, is set up with a default speed type attached to, just as you have a default speed type attached to the department budget table. In the same way, that is your position level default. You can also have a time and labor default in time and labor, and that is coming from the time and labor enrollment screen. Before we go to the enrollment screen, I want Kofi to show you how you create a task profile, how you attach a speed type to the task profile, how you attach the task profile to the employee's task group. The task group is nothing but a key bunch value, which is equal to your business unit. So if your business unit is 0000 for state police, the task group is 0000. If your business unit is 00300 for DNR, your task group is 00300. So as far as possible, we've kept it to one task group per agency, which is what you've been having for the last many years. Now, should that change, there will be small, if business units are created by legislation for smaller groups of populations because the state says that you need more granular task business units, then you'll have to create more granular task groups. But right now, we've got one for every agency. And there are some agencies with 2 or 3, but most agencies have just one task group for their business unit. The task group must be attached to the task profile, and the task profile must be attached for the speed type for this entire structure, the machine to work properly. You've created the speed types. You have covered your backsides by attaching the employee's position to the speed types. In time and labor, you're going to be attaching the speed type to a task profile so that acts as a default in the time and labor system. And you're going to be attaching a task profile to a task group, which is just basically your business unit. So Kofi, go to the next slide, please. And that's exactly what I've said here, right? Set up HCM product related time and labor task configuration, task profile. You will assign, you'll create a task profile for the business, for the employee's charge code, and you'll be assigning a speed type to the task profile. Go to the next slide, please. And what is the task profile key? Just as we're as far as possible to keep all of us sane, we're asking for the task profile, which is also a 10-character code, to be the same as your speed type key. So if your speed type key is 300 parks cleanup or whatever you want to name it, so that your employee understands what it is you're going to be setting up, then your task profile, name it the same thing. Why don't you? So keep it all simple for your employees to assign their time based upon what activity they're going to be doing for the next couple of weeks to a task profile. And the next slide, please. Right. Now, before we go into these screenshots, I'm going to ask Kofi to just take it away and show it to you in the system, because I'm a believer in showing, what you actually do in the system before you get to the get back into the PowerPoint. So Sierra, hold that place, but just stop sharing. And Kofi, you can pick up the share and start showing them how to create a task profile, how to assign a speed type, and how to attach the task profile to a task group.
Can everyone see my screen? I have the PeopleSoft homepage.
Yep, we can see it.
Okay. So we're going to navigate to the tax profile page to create a new tax profile under business units 00050, which is the Auditor of State business unit. So when I click on the navigator, again, the setup is under setup HCM, product related, time and labor, and then tax configurations, tax profile. So here, since we're creating a new one and it has to follow a sequential order, I would like to know the last one. Actually, I already know from here. So at this point, I'll just click on the add a new value. This is for business to 050. It has to be 10. So I know the profile ID is out there is 09. So I'm creating a new one as 010. Yeah. That brings up the setup page. You have to set up the effective date. So for example, for this one, you want to make it effective as of April 1st, 2022. The description, we can say AOS can or can follow the format that the agency wants. The tax template ID will be the same as the business unit. Make sure there's a template out there. And then the allocation type is allocation by percent. So in that case, the allocation percent should be 100 here. Now you have to click on the HR and TL element to set up the business unit. As mentioned, the business unit is 0050. And the next thing you do here is to attach the speed type. I'm going to click on the chart fields. The same way, I'm going to click on the search button to pull up the search page, and I'm going to enter 050 here. So this brings up a listing of speed type. I'm going to choose. You can choose any one of them. So I'm going to choose first one here. Select the speed type. So this attaches the speed type to the tax profile, and then you click on the save button. So the next thing is, since we have this tax profile created, we have to hook it up to a task group. So to do that, I'll copy this and then let me open a new window and click on the navigator. So the next page is below the tax profile, which is the task group. So there's an existing task group. So that's what we're going to hook the tax profile to. The task group here, you scroll down to the validate tax profile section, and then you can add a new tax profile here. So since it's an existing one, we have to be in correction mode. Adding a new row. Then I'll tab out. Cut effective date. supposed to pull.
Just select anyone. You just select anything that's valid.
So all these already exist in there. So I mean,
Try
updates.
contains 20. You're looking for 10, right?
Yeah.
It's maybe more than 10 characters. Going to look up again and just say contains 10. Not finding it.
I think it's the effective date here. We update it to 220.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back and try again. There you go.
Here you go.
Okay. So we've attached the tax profile to the task group, and then we're going to save the record.
Great. So you've created your speed types in summary. You've created speed types based upon the newly created chart fields that have been approved. All of that has been done in the finance system. You validated your speed types, right? And you've synced it over to the human capital management system, which is your HR system. You want to make the speed type available to the employee to be able to charge his time to. So you've attached it. You've validated that it is in the human capital management system in the speed type table and in another table called the valid combo table that Teresa didn't show, but we will show it to you. And also we've made sure that we've got a task profile, which is your default accounting information, set up in the task profile table. We've also attached the task profile to the task group, which makes it valid for the employee's business unit / task group, right? Makes sense, everybody? I haven't confused you. It's all individual setups, simple, simple, simple. All you have to do is to make sure that it's done methodically and in a timely manner. And then where does the rubber hit the road? We want to make sure that it is in all the HR tables. It's also available to the employee on the timesheet. Let's go back, Sierra, can you go back to the deck now?
Yeah, pulling it up.
And Kofi can stop sharing. So we are now in the, keep going very quickly because we are on a time crunch here. You can keep going. We've shown you how to add a task profile. Keep going. We showed you how to select the business unit. And we've said here that all employees must be assigned to a task group in maintain time reported data. And each agency has one task group at conversion. You assign a task profile to the task group. So what is the relationship? Employee, every one of us, assigned to a task group at the time of enrolling, at the time of being hired and enrolling in time and labor. Task group attached to a task profile attached to a speed type. Speed type coming from finance, flowing over to HR. So far, so good. Everybody has a default task profile. Some employees will be asked to assign time to a speed type directly on the timesheet based upon the variability and the complexity of the time that needs to be accounted for. Make sense, everybody? Thumbs up if it's all falling in place for you. Okay, very cool. Next slide, please. And then Kofi showed you how he had to open up the task group for your agency. Next slide. And we had to add the new task profile / speed type to the task group. Next slide. Now, how does it, I just said that the employee gets assigned to a task group. You see where this particular page is probably not familiar to you all. It's familiar to the agency payroll people that you work with on a day-to-day basis. Agency payroll will be doing this. Why are you interested? You're interested because you are going to be providing the agency payroll with the profile, the task profile, which is going to be the default for him. That's your catchment, right? Your safety net. Safety net 1 is the default task profile on the employee's time and labor data. Safety net 2 is what? Can anyone tell me? Safety net 2 is what you did a few minutes back. It is the position level default on the department budget table. So you've got 2 levels of safety nets for charging information in case there's nothing on the timesheet. The system will validate in this way. It's going to look at what's on payroll. Nothing's going to be on payroll because none of you has access to put anything on payroll directly. It'll look for what's on time and labor. Those employees like DNR, DWD, ISP, FSSA, if they're going to be adding speed types on the timesheet, that will be what the time administration system will take as going to be valid for a piece of time, a parcel of time that goes over to payroll, that gets calculated by payroll, that gets assigned, the time then gets assigned to dollars. Dollars are distributed through the distribution processing, and those earnings to chart fields, roll up chart fields goes over to finance. So it's the full circle is completed. But here, all you've done so far is set up the system. You set up the speed types, you set up the task profiles, you've attached the task profiles to task groups, you've set up the default for the employee, which is your safety net level 2. How does this all come together for the poor employee? That is here on the maintain time reported data, which is your time and labor enrollment record. Go to the next slide, please. And so we've gone through all of this. Now go to the next slide, please. And we'll hold the questions for now. We want to get through the time and labor processing, the payroll processing part of it. Now, Kofi, I want you to take back the share. Go to maintain time reported data for that one employee that we attached to a speed type in a department budget table. Show them what the maintain time reported data looks like, and then show them the timesheet. So we'll get into the processing part of it very quickly. The time and labor time troubleshooting part of it is not really your domain. It's going to be agency payroll, employee, line manager, and approver. That's their domain. Once it goes over to payroll processing, that's AOS payroll's domain. They take charge of the whole payroll processing week, and anything anything that goes into the goes through payroll to the point of confirming the payroll and going over to financials, all of those are going to be controlled by AOS payroll and the batch processing. So now Kofi is going to show you, first of all, go into the maintain time reported data and show that page that we just saw a screenshot for, right?
Right.
One employee in 70, that same employee that we were talking about.
So I'll navigate there. Click on Navigator, Time and Labor, and then Enroll Time Reporters. maintain time reporter data. So I've already copied the employee ID. I'm going to enter that here. Hit on search. So this is the employee's time reporter data, and these two fields are the fields that Shuba described about the tax group field and then the tax profile ID field attached to the employee. Shuba, do you want to add anything here?
So this is your catchment, your safety net 1, which is basically anything that's not on the timesheet will come and flow into any time transactions. This is all time and labor, right? Any time transactions which not going to be specified, specifically assigned to a speed type on the timesheet will flow into this 70003 task profile. And if you look at the way the speed type attached to the task profile and chart fields are assigned to the speed type. So any monies, if any 7.5 hours charged by the employee with no speed type specified on the time and labor timesheet will go in to be charged to this 70003 and the speed types attached to 70003 and the chart fields attached to that speed type key. So those are the accounts that will be charged for this employee's 7.5 hours multiplied by his time hourly rate. That's how the system works, right? You specify the accounting details, employee selects it on the timesheet or gets charged to those chart fields by default. The payroll calculates takes the hours, accepts the hours, applies the employee's hourly rate, creates his monies for that payroll period, creates a check for his payroll period. The payroll then gets distributed to the chart fields assigned to 0700003. All the accounting information is coming from that little package. It gets distributed. It gets over to finance. Simple. It's one big circle, but it needs to be cleanly executed throughout the circle. Now go into the timesheet as as this employee. You've attached yourself to Jerry Williams.
I already have a speed type user attached to my profile. Can
Okay.
I go through that?
Yep.
So for the timesheet, you have to select the employee self-service here. And then time, tell, enter time. So this opens up the timesheet. I'm going to go back to a period where you can enter time. All right, so let's take February 6th through the 19th. So here the employee is going to charge, reg hours here. 7.5 hours a day. For each day, the employee enters the worked hours. And as we can see here, the employee is in business unit 00800. We have to select the speed type here for under that business unit. So I'm going to click on the chart fields link. Then I'm going to start with 080. It's no speed type assigned. May have to choose a different employee then. I have some queries already generated, so let's pick this employee.
Maybe choose 300 since Laura's watching.
Put a filter on here.
because they're all speed types, and you can show how we've made it required for them. Yeah, 300 DNR.
All right, so let me attach this employee to my profile. That way
Yep.
I can have access to the self-service screen. I want to normally do this, but I have the access to do the attachment.
In real life, an employee will be attached to his own employee ID, and the employee ID will be set up. Where we looked at the time and labor enrollment. On the time and labor enrollment page, you saw a field called template, elapsed template. The elapsed template could be SOY profile or SOY task. An SOY task person will see the speed type on the timesheet, and SOY profile will see a field called the task profile on the timesheet. Now, we just for the sake of time and to keep moving along, we are just showing you what an employee on the with the task template will be doing on the timesheet.
All right, so let's repeat the process here.
In the future, every employee must select a time reporting code. That's going to be mandatory. We made it a required field so that everybody it gets translated into the proper accounting information. And if you move slide to the right and show this, you have to set up the time for Friday.
I entered the wrong time, so. All right, so we click on chat fields here.
Yeah, just use 3, start with 3. 030 is different. Just start with 3. Okay.
All right, so I can choose anything here.
Yep. And Laura, Laura, Gary, these look good to you, right? These look like yours. Select it and say done. So this is something that you might get as you go along. You will need to make sure, one of the things that you will have to do is to make sure that the employees attached to a project is in the project teams if he's going to be choosing a project. So get out of that and maybe just choose one for whom. Just choose a string without a project.
And Shuba, this part is a little bit different than 9.1 today. So just to call that out, the project teams today is restricted to only those that you're a part of. And that's not going to be the case when we first go live.
Yeah.
They won't be able to key to it, but they'll still see it. So we'll just need to make sure that employees know exactly what to look for when they're charging to their speed types.
Okay. And can we select anything else that's not, maybe project related?
Might try this one.
Yeah. Seems there is a project. Okay, there is a project for this. There is going to be validation, guys, against the project teams. Maybe we should not do, maybe we should not do DNR because they're so heavily project oriented. Try doing the done.
Oh, I got out of it.
Okay, how about item on
this? Where they work, she probably knows what's valid for them.
Yeah. So is Laura there? Laura
Yeah,
has been asked
she's asking where they work, and then she could probably tell us.
Right. So this particular employee is who's this employee? is 359,065. And the task profile we've got is 300, 3 multiple zeros and 818. That's
Yeah,
a
so
default that we've got.
they're an officer, right? Because they're in the law hourly
Oh.
group.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
for an hour.
you could just select that, Kofi. Just select that 818. Go to the query, right click, select that whole thing, and then enter it on the speed type. Yeah. Task profile, go to the task profile field, select that whole thing. See if you can search for it. That must be valid for them, I think, right? It's not okay. All right, let me just share. Can I share? I'll
Sure.
just do it for a 50, an employee who's in AOS. So this is one of the high severity exceptions that you're going to get, an invalid project. When it says an invalid project, it doesn't really mean that it's an invalid project itself is invalid. It just means that the employee is invalid for the project. And that means basically, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
So I'm attached to an AOS person who happens to be a non-exempt, who happens to be attached to a 50. I've already entered the time for them. It's coming from the schedule. I'm assigning the regular hours. I'm going into the chart fields. I'm looking at, first of all, you will be defaulted in with the speed types that are valid for your business unit. You select one, done, and you go over what we said before was they will be saving time. We made this work for you. You'll be saving time on a daily basis. You'll be submitting time on the Friday. Why do we want to submit time on the Friday? We want time administration. We want the time to be approved by the time approvers. We want the time administration process to run that Friday multiple times in a day. We want the payable time to be created. The payable time will then show you what chart fields are available for this particular employee, what this employee's time has been charged to. So now if I was to go into the query, which shows you what chart fields are being assigned to this employee, you'll be given access to the work center, the time and labor work center, but I'm not going to navigate there. I'm going to navigate to query managers, SOI 92, TL. This is the query we've given you for understanding what chart fields have been assigned to payable time. Where is the payable time? This guy here. If I look at this and I just want to run it by business unit, so what is today's date? I was entering time for today. And we have to add the business unit here. So this is just a query. I'm not focusing on the employee that I'm working with, but what this will show you is basically, maybe I was doing it for the previous. I was doing it for 04/17/2022. I'm just doing it for a short one.
Shuba, Kim would like for you to kind of recap and go back a little bit to explain exactly what you're trying to do.
Okay, and we can do that in a second. So if you go back to the chart that we showed, right? What is the sequence of events? The sequence of events is You, the fiscal officers, created the speed types. You synced it over, you created the speed types in financials. You synced it over to the human capital management system. In the human capital management system, you use the speed type to attach it to the position level default on the department budget table. You've assigned the speed type to a piece of configuration called the task profile. You attach the task profile to an employee's task group, which is basically his business unit. The employee is attached to the task group on the maintain time reported data, the time and labor enrollment page. When you do that, the employees or any task profile, any speed type that is valid for the employee's task group then shows up on this page. Can you run this query, which shows them, this particular query will show you the chart fields that are attached to the employee's speed type and the task profile. Can we go back to the deck, Sierra? I'll stop sharing.
Yep, pulling up.
Kim, is the series of events kind of making sense to you? Let's go back to the time entry page. Employees enter time. It goes through the time. It goes through the approval process. We showed how the employees are entering time and assigning it to a chart fields. Keep going. Keep going. And we said that if they enter time on the timesheet, the task profiles, sorry, the speed types are attached to the chart fields that get charged in payable time for that employee's task information. And keep going. And we've said here who a person is, who's going to be set up as an SOI task person, or he can be set up as an SOI profile person, right? An SOI task person will do exactly what I did a few minutes ago, go into the timesheet and select a speed type that will be assigned for this week's time. An SOI profile person can either select the time and assign it to a task profile, or the task profile will be charged by default when time administration process runs. Next slide, please. And the steps to enter project time, we have said here that you're going into self-service, you're going to the time tile, you're going to enter time, and you're going to be selecting the week for which you're going to be entering the time, which is usually going to be the current pay period week. You're going to be entering the hours, you're going to be entering the time reporting code, you're going to be, keep going, you're going to be going to the chart field link. You're going to be selecting a speed type that is valid for you, and you're going to be clicking the done button, and you're going to be submitting the timesheet. Clear so far? All the connections between what you do as a fiscal officer and what the employee will do as an employee. Is that clear? Thumbs up if you've got that chain of events so far. So you've gone the chart field details page. We selected a chart field. With DNR, we got into a little bit of a trouble because and we'll answer the questions in a second. The people who are going to be assigning speed types will be picking it up on the timesheet speed type page. The individual chart, when they select the speed types, they can see the individual chart fields. Why did the DNR person not able to charge that time to the trouble? So Laura, you're right. That was not trouble. That was a system working as designed. If you're not part of a project team, you should not be able to charge to that project. So the invalidation that the speed tab search page did was absolutely on the button. It was telling you you're not part of the project team, you cannot charge to the project. So it behooves you as the fiscal officers to make sure that if an employee, let's say Joe Garcia has been hired, he's been assigned to a project, make sure, please make sure that if you're going to be enforcing project teams, when you do the project setup in financials, to add this Joe Garcia to the project team information. Otherwise, poor Joe will be stuck and he'll be running out of time to submit the timesheet. Keep going. So that's really all we have been saying. The the PowerPoint is going to be there for you to take a look at. Then when you've completed this, this once the employee has submitted the time, right, it's going to be, keep going, it's going to be workflowed over to the employee's manager for approval. I'm not going to drain the process of going into the manager self-service and approving it as a manager because we showed that during the time and labor session. And all of this just shows you where the chart field link is, how the employee will be selecting it, and how he will be, will be clicking the link to make it all valid. And Kim, we'll answer your questions after we can get to this, get through this, the training part of it. Once this time has been submitted, it'll be workflow to the employee's manager to be approving the time and to go through the time administration process. Keep going. So we've submitted the time, keep going. Keep going. We've gone through all of this during the demo, and we've gone through all of this. We submitted the time, keep going. So all of this actually shows you what's in the system, what we've showed you in the system. And we'll get to the questions a little later. So once you've got the payable time created, we will show you, what happens in time administration after it takes the reported time, the approved reported time, and converts it into payable time. So in the next section here, keep going, Sierra. There are queries that we will introduce you to, and Steve's got some slides for that. We will show you a list of the queries that you will be running for tracking what account code is going to be used for charging the reported time, and the step that comes after that is the manager approves the reported time. And then the next step is the time administration process, which runs every day, 3 times a day on Mondays and Tuesdays, 3 times a day on Fridays, and once every night on by the automated batch. Keep going. And once the way the fiscal officers come in, and we'll look at your questions in a few minutes. Where the questions come in, sorry, where the fiscal officers come in is to make sure that on the Fridays, they talk to the agency payroll team to make sure you get the queries that we're talking about here. There is a reported time to account code query. There is a payable time to chart fields query. There is an exceptions query where you see the high severity exceptions, which are going to stop the time from going over to payable time and therefore going to payroll. The system is working as delivered, as we've built it to work. So if you're going to have invalidate chart fields in the middle of the pay period while the employee is entering time, or while time administration is validating time, you're going to get high severity exceptions. And you want a nice communication happening between yourselves and your agency payroll people, so that any questions that they have come back to you with a resolution for resolving the exceptions. If you're not able to resolve the exceptions, the process is to create a ticket for GMIS Finance and GMIS HR to take a look at why a particular issue was occurring. In this case, in the case of the DNR employee, he was not part of the teams, and therefore he was not able to submit the request. He was not able to submit the time. And you will need the agency payroll people to be very quick on the button to be able to tell you, to be able to verify that the employee was not part of the project team, and therefore he was not able to set up the time or submit the time. But then if agency payroll hits a wall, you're not able to figure out why an employee is not being able to get to that time, you might need to open a ticket for GMIS Finance, the Teresas and Ritas of the world, to tell you how to go past that error. Keep going. Next slide, please. And this query basically shows you, what has been done to create the payable time. Keep going. This is a reported time audit page that we are basically giving you in the shape of a query. So keep going. We'll go through all the queries that you will be running on a normal payroll period. We're going through the point where the time and labor time approver is going to be approving the reported time. Keep going. We've already talked through the process where the time administration will be running to create the payable time once time has been reported. Keep going. Yep, and this is just basically, this is not something that you will be owning. This will be something that the agency payroll will be keeping a track of to make sure that all reported time has gone over to payable time, has been approved and gone over to payable time. Keep going. And the batch process again, in the past, Brandy, keep me honest here, some agencies did have the power to be able to run time administration and to create payable time. That's not going to be done by agencies anymore. It will not be run by GMIS anymore. It will be run by the batch schedule process. So the batch will be running, as I said, 3 times a day on Monday and Tuesday, and 3 times on Fridays, but then it will also be running every night. Keep going. Next slide, please. So this shows you where the time, once the line manager has approved the time, the employee or the manager can actually come back into homepage, the time and labor history, and see that every transaction has the legend of approved. So the time has been approved. Keep going. And the SOI reported time chart fields is the query that I showed you, which shows you what account code or speech type is attached to the employee's reported time. And keep going. Next slide, please. And this is the query result of what will show you. So if you look at this a little bit carefully, you focus on the content, you see where you've got the account code field. The account code field basically shows you what account code has been charged by the employee on the speed type. Now, this will not show you the explosion of how the account code translates. I know, Rhonda, you'll be able to see this on the actual when you run the query, and you all have access to run the queries in HCM. So this account code field, which is basically, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, eighth column. It shows you just the account code selected on the timesheet. It will not show you how the account code translates into the different chart fields. Next slide, please. And this is a nice little chart that Courtney did for us, and it shows you the hierarchy of validation. I know I'm throwing a lot of concepts at you, and we'll try to set aside at least 20 minutes to go through all of the questions that you have. But the timesheet is the lowest level where an employee charges his time to a speed type. If he or she does not, then the task profile default on the maintain time reported data will cut in, and the speed type attached to the task profile on the maintain time reported data, which your agency payroll people are very familiar with, that has got its own package of speed types. That is what the time will get attached to, will get assigned to. Now, should for some reason the agency payroll fail to put in a default task profile on the maintain time reported data page, the task group itself has a default task profile. That will be a third level of validation where that default will cut in to catch the time and charge the time for that employee for that particular day. Now, should all of these speed types, combination codes fail validation at the highest level, or you've got the position level default that you've added to the department budget table as Kofi showed you. And that will be at the level of the employee's position. Time and labor is transaction based. Regular time, overtime, vehicle use, comp time, leave time, all of those are transaction based. The department budget table is position based. So one employee, one position, one charge code. Time and labor is very granular. Next slide, please. And keep going. So on the payable time, all you're going to be doing is to be translating all of these, the reported time charge codes and into the individual chart fields. I will rerun the query after we hand off to Steve to go through what happens once the time has reached payroll and has gone through payroll and gone over to financials. Keep going. I want to go to the next section where we're talking about the different steps where we go through to load payroll. So when we've processed the time, we've created the payable time, we then go over to the payroll processing. This is not something that you will be troubleshooting on a day-to-day basis. But one of the things that you will be doing is looking to make sure that anything that the time and labor employee has assigned on timesheet has safely been handed over to payroll. So in payroll, the batch process will load all payable time to will make sure that the employee's time and labor has handed off to payroll. Keep going. The last bullet here says load payable time to pay sheets, right? That is something that AOS Payroll, Paula and Shannon have been testing, and that will be taken over by the batch. Keep going. We've already gone past time administration. And when we go into the payable time query, this is the query I was trying to run, which is basically TL payable time chart field distribution. It gives you a chance to look to see what time has been assigned to what speed type or account code, and how that explodes into a fund, a department, a program, a project, an activity, a resource type, and a resource category. Keep going. I'll show them the query in a second. I want to be able to walk through how this looks. See, this is the query that we were talking about, and I will show you the real life query when I get a chance. But you see how towards the right, you can see the individual chart fields. You've got the account code showing. You've got what is said is combo code is really the account code. But you see the department ID, the account, the fund, the program. You can see the project. And you will see the also the individual chart fields to which the combo code has been exploded into. Is that making sense, guys? Your payable time query shows you on every Friday, the agency payroll will give you a report which shows you how much payable time, how much regular time, how much overtime has been charged to the different project fund combinations. And those will be your notice that when payroll is charged, this is what the employee's burden is going to be from what is going to be charged to your accounts. Is that making sense? As far as possible, we're trying to get as much information over to your group by every Friday. And if it doesn't happen by the end of the payroll period Friday, then it should happen by either end of the Monday when all time is submitted, or end of Tuesday when all time is approved and time administration runs. Worst case scenario, by early morning Wednesday, you should have every single transaction entered by your employees, your agency's employees, the account code to which they're assigned, and the chart fields to which those account codes map. You should be having a very good handle on what is going to be the payroll burden of those hours charged in time and labor. Is that making sense? Thumbs up, questions, whatever. And then go on to the next slide, please. We're going over to hand over to payroll, where you won't be involved in the loading of time and labor to payroll. That's going to be happening behind the scenes. Any all absences will come into time and labor with the payable status of approved or AP. Any timesheet time that's been approved in and gone through time administration will have a payable status of estimated. So the approved and the estimated time will load to pay sheets. Keep going. Once it goes into pay sheets on payroll Wednesday, early morning, the batch process and the payroll administrators. The batch process will run the first payroll calculation, and then the payroll administrators will be running iterative calculations as and when they review time, they load more time, they load other transactions such as bonuses, governor's bonuses, agency special bonuses, any other transactions that are coming from the agencies which are not going through time and labor. Those will also be loaded to pay sheets. Those will also be running through the calculation. So the employee's check now is an amalgamation of transactions coming from time and labor, transactions coming from what we call the P-shop loads directly into pay sheets, any time or any amounts that are entered in the payroll directly by the payroll administrators. All of those will go through the calculation process and will be entering the paychecks. But the single biggest source of an employee's salary and check will come from time and labor. The single biggest source for accounting information will also come from time and labor. And the time and labor is where you are directly going to be involved in making sure that the speed type / combo code / account code is going to be correct, because you're going to be given reports of reported time to chart fields, payable time to chart fields, hopefully every Friday, if if not every Friday, end of the day Monday, end of the day Tuesday. Keep going. And all of this shows you the run control, which will be used by the batch process, which is basically an automated scheduler to load time to pay sheets. Keep going. And the keep going. So all of this is not is of peripheral interest to you. It's just things that are happening behind the scenes to make sure that the time and labor, time reporting codes, earnings types that are mapped to the time reporting codes, the accounting information is all flowing to payroll. And keep going. So here, this is of interest to you. There is another query that we will show you in a few minutes, which basically shows you what information has gone over from time and labor to payroll. Now, if you see where you've got the combo code on the second last column, right? That combo code is the same combo code that was in payable time. Employees report time to the speed types you created. It's gone over to payable time, and payable time explodes it into the different chart fields, which are keyed to the combo code. And the combo code has now passed over to pay earnings. Is that all clear for you? If it goes over to pay earnings, the pay earnings funding stream is going to be the same funding stream that's used for employer paid deductions and employer paid taxes. Those are your state of Indiana expenses from the payroll burden of what it is that the employees will be charging to that payroll, and what accounts, what funds that payroll is going to come out of, that payroll transaction is going to come out of. Is that making sense? And we'll run some of these queries and show you. We'll put that in the in the folder. Keep going. So in this chapter, we learned about running time administration for reported time, auditing payable time, and loading payable time to payroll, and keep going. We've gone through the, keep going. We're going to have to hand over to what happens in the last piece of the payroll. Now, again, in the payroll processing section, you are hands off. Anybody outside of AOS payroll will be hands off this process. AOS payroll will be running ad hoc calcs, and they'll be the only people with access to running the payroll for North America calculations and auditing. When they audit, keep going, they'll be running ad hoc payroll calculations. They'll be running payroll error message reports. If there is accounting information they want to validate, they'll be running a screen. They'll be running an audit called the pre-distribution audit. That will tell you, whether a piece of a speed type, a chart field, is going to be valid or not valid. It's going to tell you whether a position has got its, set up in the department budget table. The pre-distribution audit is going to be an all-important report for you all to take a look at. And I'll grab the screen for a second, if you don't mind. So while payroll is calculating and while payroll is confirming, one of the things that we will be looking at, one of the things that we have told payroll, AOS payroll to look at, is something that we call the pre-distribution audit. And the pre-distribution audit will tell you, for example, if there is where it says, for example, here, actuals distribution error, no budgeting distribution in effect for a budget department. You see where it says that error 503. You, in all probability, Shannon, keep me honest here. Shannon or Paula, keep me honest here. This will be something that payroll will run periodically throughout the payroll process to make sure that if an employee's speed type fails validation in the time and labor piece of the puzzle, but we're going to depend upon the position default to take charge of the employee's accounting, and the position has been set up on the department budget table. The process where Kofi set up an employee's position on the department budget table. If that does not exist, you'll be getting errors like this. And there's a plethora of other kinds of errors that you'll be getting from the pre-distribution audit. In this case, for example, you will see a deduction override, this kind of information. That this audit will be run throughout the payroll process. Every time time and labor is loaded to pay sheets, it's going to be run. Every time we are getting through the final calcs, this pre-distribution audit will run. And every time after we confirm the payroll on Fridays of the payroll processing week, this pre-distribution audit will run. What this is saying is that you have told us that certain earnings, certain types of deductions, for example, HSA before tax, have been calculated, but they don't have a specified dedicated account in the system. There's a bunch of setup that has already been done for you that will be opened up when we go into the live system. Now that will be maintained by AOS Payroll and AOS Finance. Where you come in is only if the department position is not in the department budget table. Kim will be answering all of your questions shortly, but please do keep a note of the doubts that you've got. We need to get through the curriculum, and so what I'm trying to introduce you to a critical piece of information. So how many pieces of information have I given you? I've given you that every Friday, we hope you will be getting a report which shows you the account code to which time has been entered, the chart field, the combo code and chart fields to which payable time has been generated, a report which shows you any exceptions that have been generated by the system where which are generated because a chart field or a speed type has failed or a combo code has failed validation. And we showed you a report which has all of the pay earnings assigned to the combo codes. And we showed you a tool, the report for the pre-distribution audit, which tells you that the default position has not been set up in the position, the department budget table system. Can you grab back the share, Sierra? And we'll go through the. I'm going to stop sharing. Can you share your deck again?
Yep, it's loading right now.
Okay. Now we've gone to a point where payroll has been run. Okay, what we've done so far. You, the fiscal officers, have created chart fields. You've created speed types. You've handed it off to the agency payroll. Agency payroll has set it up as a default on the employees maintain time reported data. Employees have been able to assign time to a speed type or allow it to flow to a default, which is attached to the maintain time reported data. Time has been submitted, time has been approved, time has been flowing to the payroll piece of the puzzle. Payroll has picked up the time. It has started calculating. Dollars have been attached to the time that's coming from time and labor. The speed type information, the chart field information, has flowing from time and labor to the funding stream in payroll. It's going to be captured by payroll, and payroll has confirmed. Keep going. Keep going to the next slide. So we've done the processing of the payroll. We've calculated the payroll, not we, but ad hoc iterations by the payroll administrator team, which is basically Paula, Shannon, do you want to chime in with any extra information on this? This will be done on the payroll Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. You'll be doing continuous, processing of payroll. When you come to the payroll Friday, Shannon or Paula, any Brent, anything you want to chime in with here? Any wisdom?
I don't have anything to add right now. Thank you, Shuba.
Okay. Paula, Shannon, I just want to make sure that we're getting to the end of the curriculum because it's a 4-hour training.
Yeah, I don't think so, Shuba.
So the timeline is what we've been discussing, right? And the timeline is not that different from the existing timeline where payroll Monday to payroll Friday, is when the bulk of the transactions are calculated. When you get to the Friday, right, guys, you will be the batch process that we've been talking about will payroll admin Paula Shannon will be confirming the payroll to finalize it and close it for transactions. Once by that time, any gremlins that you have in the system, any bad chart fields should have been cleaned up. Any invalid speed types should have been fixed. Any exceptions in time and labor should have been fixed because, like I told you, if there's a high severity exception in time and labor, that piece of transaction is not even going to go into payroll. So you want to be able to clear these exceptions to allow time and labor to flow to payroll, be paid, be calculated, be confirmed, be distributed to flow to financials, right? So you want to make sure that at the entrance, the time and labor piece of it is clear and that accounting information is flowing with time information, flowing with time reporting code information to the payroll system, which is then calculating and distributing it. Now, once it goes over to the point where on Friday, we are confirming the payroll, not we, payroll, AOS. AOS payroll, Paula Shannon, and their team confirms the payroll. They will hand it back to the batch, which will then distribute the payroll to the pay earnings, deductions, and taxes distribution tables. Keep going. Next slide, please. I'm going very fast for a reason. We have to hand over to what happens on the financial side. And all of these are errors, audits, will be that they will be working with agency payroll on a daily basis to make sure that the employee's time has been passed to payroll and calculated correctly and gone over to the checks. Keep going. And when you look, this is a screenshot of an employee's check. You see where you've got the combination code there? We've come all the way to the employee's payroll and the employee's paycheck, but see, that speed type that you're seeing there has been come from the very first point of contact between employee and speed type. So the speed type that you created in financials has gone all the way through time and labor to payroll and will go through to the distribution tables. Keep going. Next slide, please. And keep going. This is all payroll information that's not relevant to them. This is a typical check. Keep going. They'll all be able to see their self-service checks. And here, when we run that, and the batch runs that actuals distribution process, it takes the chart fields that the employee assigned on the timesheet or what was assigned by default through the task profile. Keep going. Next slide, please. And it will assign, and I know it's a little hard to see, guys, but you'll be able to see this in the actual screenshot. You see how every single earnings has got its chart field information. Every parcel of regular time, if regular time for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday is going to combination code 234, and the regular time for Friday, Thursday, and Friday is going to go to speed type XYZ, all of those splits will be seen in the actuals distribution pages. Keep going. Once the payroll expenses have been distributed, the batch process will generate the GL interface program, which will then send these expenses assigned to the accounting information, assigned to the accounting period, to the HR accounting line on the financial side. Keep going. I want to hand off now. Keep going through section 6. This is the accounting line reports in HR. You're familiar with the accounting lines in finance. So once the GL interface runs, the payroll expenses and liabilities will be hitting the accounting lines in HR and finance. Keep going, Sierra. And this is the accounts payable. We're not going to drain the accounts payable part of it. That's not going to be something the agency fiscal officer is involved in. Keep going. We're making this as relevant to you guys as possible. Go all the way to section 6 because I would like Steve to take us to what happens. Keep going.
Yeah, I think it's like around
It's
slide
freezing up.
143, Sierra, thereabouts.
Yep. So all of this
Okay.
shows
Yeah.
you,
Yeah.
just screenshots of what we've been talking about and showing in the system. Now, if you go to 143, I would
Yeah,
like,
I think it's where I stopped.
we've reached a point where we've handed off, payroll has handed off to the HR accounting line and the finance system. I want to set aside at least 15 minutes for questions. So I want Steve to go through what happens in finance.
I think maybe, I'm sorry, back up a couple, Sierra. Okay, there we go. Yeah, go ahead and go to the next one. Yeah, those are the items I'm going to be talking about. And like Shubha said, I'm going to focus on what things look like when they come into finance from HCM. Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay, so there's 4 changes that I wanted to talk about. This is a full integration, right? So today, payroll can only hit one chart string, and going forward, it's whatever we can bring out of HCM, we can post it directly to financial. So hopefully, when this is all done, we'll have a lot fewer allocations than we have today. And hopefully, you've seen that. I think we've stressed that quite a bit. Another change, the liability accounts for employer and employee paid deductions, they're going to stay in your operating funds now. In the past, there was a process that moved all those amounts out of the fund where we're paid from, like for budget, we're paid out of, most of us are 10520, to like a separate fund at AOS, where then payments were made to the vendors out of that fund. You're going to see those stay in your operating fund or wherever your time was assigned. So please don't reallocate those liabilities. AOS will be maintaining those balances. They'll be making payments, directly out of those. You'll see AP transactions, hitting those liabilities. Another change, we have new account numbers because we're able to report earnings at a more granular level. So there's going to be one for payroll, salary, and wage overtime, and also an account for employee and unpaid leave. So again, those will be important for reallocations that I'll get into in a minute. But remember leave. If you remember that triangle that Shubha showed for the hierarchy of how changes are derived, your leave is going to go to your default task profile, so it's going to be separate from what you report on your timesheet because it's a separate module. So that'll help with allocations. And then we've covered this in one of the examples of last changes on project teams. People are able to pick a speed type regardless of whether they're a project team, but they can't save their time if they're not a member of that team. So it's real important for those of you, there's a few agencies that use project teams. So it's real important that you stay on top of those. So otherwise your employees are going to have some issues. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and this just shows the flow from, HCM to finance. Again, as Shubha has gone through, everything's entered through time and labor, it gets approved. And then, everything gets assigned from, the chart fields from that hierarchy, they get determined. So it gets passed to payroll that calculates all the earnings and the deductions and the taxes. It sends the information back to time and labor, but then payroll also sends then transactions to the general ledger. They'll get budget checked and edited, to get posted. This doesn't show the AP process, but there's an AP process here too. Again, for those vendor payments that, for the withholdings that we mentioned before. But then the important thing to note too is, information is going to be fed from project costing. It's going to come from GL first. So it's going to flow just like it shows on this diagram. And so it'll be a nightly process to send expenses for federal projects to project costing so that they'll be available after that occurs. So, okay, next slide, please. Okay, Shuba talked through this quite a bit before. Just from a finance perspective, we just wanted to show that the timing, of kind of how everything flows. And then this shows some of the queries. The Friday of the week, the payroll processes, is when the integration will generally happen. On Monday of the following week, there's a custom process where there are some payroll activities that we can't leave in, like the operating fund or the source fund. Health insurance benefits for our self-insurance funds, for example. So we're self-insured for our health insurance, right? So we don't send the entire amount of our premiums every pay period to Anthem, right? So we've got a process, an allocation process that's going to run that will move those amounts from our operating funds to special, again, I can't remember if they're in AOS or in state personnel, but they're special funds where the money sits, and then, the billings are paid directly from there. And I'll get into that a little bit more. The geo allocation runs, it'll update the main table that we're all going to be very familiar with is the HR accounting line table. You see it here at the bottom right of the slide. That exists both on the HCM side and on the finance side. And, there's going to be lots of reconciliations done to try to make sure that those stay in sync. But anyway, after the geo allocation runs, it'll update HR accounting line on the finance side, and journal generation will kick off just like other journal generations happen today. They'll get edited and budget checked. AOS is going to override any budget errors like they do today and correct any edit errors, and then the journal is going to post. So again, like I mentioned, on Tuesday evening, the journal will interface to project costing, and then it should be eligible for federal draw billing. At that point then, so basically when you get to the end, all the way to the right here on this slide, that's when you could start doing your allocations. So we're going to walk it through some of these steps in more detail. So next slide, please. So again, I mentioned the custom allocation process, state personnel, DNR, state police, health insurance, they have self-insurance funds. Federal, state, and local taxes also go to central funds. Earnings for the House and Senate members assigned to LSA and budget committee, and also for short-term and long-term disability. And then there's also an allocation that's going to move cash clearing, the account 110102 to a central AOS fund. So again, as you see liabilities in your funds related to payroll, unless you've probably talked to Courtney about them already, they generally should just be left alone. So like I said, you're going to see the transactions come through. There may be a small timing difference there where it sits until maybe the AP voucher comes through or the allocation is run. I would suspect at some point, this will all happen before you would maybe see it, or you'll know what you're looking at. But again, leave the liabilities as they are. So, okay, next slide, please. So then I talked about HR accounting line. So like I said, this is the main table that you would run a query against. And we got some queries we're going to get to in later slides. It's got all the payroll expenses, liabilities and cash lines by employee. The line description has the employee ID, so it's going to be at the employee level. It's not going to post that way to general ledger, but may need that detail for allocations, right? So it'll still be there. The reference line is the check number. All the dates are going to match up with the check date. So, but run date, accounting date, budget reference, it's all going to match the check date. So, if the pay period crosses an accounting period, it may happen that you'll see, multiple lines. But anyway, this is going to be your primary source. This is the way you're going to, do your reallocations. Next slide, please. So here's just an example of what the query looks like. Again, it's just showing the fields. Again, like I said, you see the dates all match up. And you see liabilities and expenses in the fund. But again, this is just the start. And this is what generates the payroll journal. Next slide, please. So after that allocation process runs and the HR accounting line table is populated, then journal generate's going to run. Again, I talked through this on that slide, but again, this is going to work very similar to what happens now. Payroll is going to, get journal generated, edited, and budget checked. AOS will notify you if they have to override anything, if there are any corrections, and they're going to post the journal, and then it's going to interface into project costing. Okay, next slide. So then here's just a screenshot of what the HCM payroll journal looks like. So again, note that the journal mask is going to start HCM instead of PAY like it does now. The journal source is also going to be HCM. That's going to be pretty much the same. Again, it's summarized, so you don't see individual employee information in this journal, just like you don't today. So again, if you've got queries that pull the PAY journals, you want to update those to look for HCM instead. But otherwise, it's really going to be almost identical. Yeah, thank you. No, yeah, go ahead. Next one. So there's a fringe batch process that's going to run. It's going to assign an analysis type of GLE to all of the lines as it comes in for project costing. Like your expenses show up with that analysis type now. So I think that's going to be Tuesday nights after the journal posts at 9 p.m. Cost collection then will run to pick up those expenses and move them to project costing. So again, it'll be either, it's probably best just to plan on your expenses will be in project costing on Wednesday morning. So that's basically the journal generation process works. Again, in the background, which you don't see on these slides, AOS is also creating the AP vouchers at the same time to pay the vendors. So, okay, so next slide, please. So again, you look at you see all these, we've talked through pretty much all these steps now, except for, let's look at that. We're going to talk through each of these queries for a minute. So, sorry, next slide. So AOS is going to run some reconciliation queries to make sure things look right. So those are to the left of on that first screen. It's basically looking at HR accounting line before and after that custom allocation and just make sure that everything looks right. And then after project costing, they're going to run this other HR recon DC journal query, again, to make sure that everything that came out of HCM, that needs to go to project costing will go. So, but again, that's just more for your information. You're still going to need to do allocations of certain expenses, right? Because, again, as we've discussed, your leave gets allocated to the employee's default funding. Now, in some cases, it may be the same, right? If it's a task profile reporter, all their time's going to hit. If they're not entering speed types, there may be nothing to allocate. But again, I'm sure you're going to have some that will, because if you've got people charging to different projects, right? Their leave's just going to hit one place, so you're going to have to go back and do that. Also, payroll only activities such as bonuses and subsistence and board member pay, those are going to go to their default funding stream on maintain time reporter. We also can't pay people across business units. I mean, business unit is a key system field, right? You just can't do that. So you'd have to. I'm sorry, stay there, Sierra, just for 1 second. So if you've got people, I know some of you like FSSA, DOC, if you're going to move expenses between business units, that's unfortunately going to have to be an allocation. And then if you've got certain grants that maybe don't disallow fringe benefits, then you'd have to do a reallocation for those. I mean, from what we've seen from the uniform grant guidance in 2 CFR 200, I mean, those are generally allowable, but again, in case they aren't, then that's just something to be aware of. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so here are the queries that we were going to talk about. So these are the ones that you need to be familiar with. The first one, again, next slide, is HR accounting line. So again, this has all the accounting rows for run date, check date that published on the GL side in the HR accounting line table. You can run this again Tuesday after payroll processes. Like I said, the same query exists on the HCM side, but remember the allocation that I mentioned earlier that we run, is gonna change some of the amounts. So, it may be helpful in some cases to look at those, but generally the finance side HR accounting line table is going to be the correct one. The good thing about it too, as you'll see it, I mean, if we change something, you see a row, that reduces whatever it's something moving out of, and then increases where it's moving to. So it'll be pretty helpful. The next slide, please. The next one, this shows employee level data. So, and basically what we're getting at, all of these queries then that I've been talking about in this section on the finance side, I mean, these are basically replacing our PyCom file. So this is going to show employee level data by day and the hours and the TRC codes, right? And show you the speed type. So again, I mean, you're going to get a lot of the transactions for the, finance HR accounting line, plus the one with the TRC codes here, that's going to get you a lot of the way there. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the next one, this shows expenses by employee for employer paid deductions. So again, it's very similar, but again, it's just employer paid deductions. Next slide, please. The next one's the same thing, except it shows earnings. So again, it's expenses by employee for all their earnings. Okay, and then the next slide. It's the same thing, except it's employer paid taxes, right? So again, those queries all kind of go hand in hand. But again, those queries are basically the ones that you're going to run, and you'll be able to run them yourselves, to replace that PyCom file. So, I think we've got all our bases covered, but anything you need to allocate expenses that can't be done by the system, we want to make sure you have the tools and you're able to do that. So, okay, next slide, please. Okay, so just a couple more quick slides here before we get to questions. Some of this Shuba's already talked about, just kind of your ongoing responsibility is to just monitor the way your employees are configured, right? To make sure the chart fields are correct. Monitor the speed types, make sure that they have valid combination edits. Create a task profiles as you need to. And again, some of this, it's a one-time setup, and once it's done, then it should be good to go. A lot of that is what all those spreadsheets are. The Courtney's been emailing spreadsheets out to people the last couple of weeks, asking for feedback and for you to respond and get back to her with task profiles or speed types or what have you. So that's that information is going to be in the system, but then going forward, that's something that you're going to have the tools to make sure that this gets done. So again, you're going to make sure that default funding is assigned at the right levels. You're going to look at the time and labor activities, on a weekly basis. Again, just so it'll help with the time crunch a little bit. And then of course you'll do your reallocations. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, and then here's more information about speed types. There is a job aid for speed types that goes through step by step. It's pretty detailed, has all the screens, similar to the demonstration that Teresa did earlier, but here are some queries to keep in mind. The second bullet there, that first query, that's all speed types, whether they're active or inactive. The second one is just active. Speed types won't load from finance to HCM until the effective date comes. So you can enter things for July and now in finance. They won't come over to HCM until the day comes. Next slide, please. So, if you inactivate a speed type on the finance side, since again, remember, they're all getting created in finance, then they get synced over to HCM. If there's a task profile that's tied to that speed type, you're going to have to inactivate the task profile or assign a different one. You'll have to update your task profile for all of your employees and then update the department budget if there's employees that use that speed type. So, again, it's just something you're going to have to stay on top of as things change. Next slide, please. So this next query shows how you can look at valid combination codes. So it's, valid, valid chart fields. If you have issues, HCM doesn't allow two different speed types with the same chart field string, but financials will allow you to do that. So you've got to just stay on top of it. Yes, thank you, Brandy. I mean, you got to enter these on a timely basis and, use the correct effective dates. From what we've generally seen, I mean, the effective date you'll want to use most often is the first day of the next pay period. I mean, it'll just make things a little bit cleaner and not, cause any issues. So again, that's just why you've got to work ahead of it. If there's an integration broker issue, again, that's the process that moves information from finance to HCM, for the speed types. That's there's an appendix in the job aid that goes through all that. Hopefully you'll see that, but it should be, I can't remember how often that's going to run, but I think pretty frequently throughout the day. So, I don't know that it'd be immediate that you create a new speed type and then it's available for agency, your staff to pick on their timesheet, but it should be pretty soon. I think it's going to run several times a day at least. Okay, and then the next slide, please. Okay, and then
Courtney said every 2 hours or something.
Yeah, I
that
think
validate and then sync.
Yeah, I think that's right. Thank you. And then again, creating the task profiles for all your defaults. Again, there's a job aid for that as well. And then here's a query that shows you all the task profiles and the assigned speed types. So you'll just want to, again, stay on top of those. I'm almost done. Next slide. So again, you're validating and maintaining the default funding assigned to the employee is correct. Again, you've been doing a lot of this stuff already. So, but again, as you've got new employees or as things change, you just want to make sure that everything stays in sync. Next slide. And then, so likewise, there's funding at the position level too, right? So again, I keep referring back to that hierarchy, but you've got to make sure that everything stays in sync at all the different levels, like Shuba mentioned a few times, but it's exactly what needs to happen. So you've just got to stay on top of those. Here are some queries that, again, help you look for, active positions or employees where there's no department budget, or you can see the speed types that are assigned to the positions. So, okay, next slide, please. Okay, and again, I think these are the same ones that I think Shuba may have talked about, but these are the ones where you're going to look at the speed types to make sure that they're appropriate. And then after time approvals, you're going to again look at the speed types and again make sure they're appropriate. The goal is that you're able to find everything so that you can make changes in time. So then you can fix it upstream as much as possible. We want to do that, but then once it comes over, then we'll have to go through the reallocation process and those queries from before. So I'm sorry, next slide, please. Okay, so again, here's a list of all the queries. This is the same queries I mentioned before from kind of replacing our PyCom file.